Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Thanks so much for coming by. Today is June 6th, 2025. I hope you having a good day. If not, it's gonna get better. Welcome to the strum of the streams. Good to see everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is a day of days of talking about stuff. Tonight we are watching the Summer Game Fest event. That's gonna be at 6, 5. I think it's at 5. Yeah. I think it's at 5. We're going to be watching co-streaming that. So we're going to be at least streaming to that. Yeah, 5. 5 Eastern. That's in about 5 hours, roughly. In about 5 hours, we will be watching that. No real... there's no expectations on my part that make me super excited, except for the fact that Arc Raiders could come out, which would ruin my day. Because I have plans, and I want to play Gray Zone today. I also want to play Dune a little bit more. And if Arc Raider shows up, I'm just like, that's pretty much me. Gonna be like a soft short circuit, like not gonna be a hard short circuit. I'll be functioning, but I'll just be like sparks will start flying out of my brain. Who knows what else will happen? Our pets' heads are falling off. All kinds of nonsense. So the Switch 2 is out. Y'all know about that? Switch 2 is out. Did y'all know about that? I don't know. Hey, Katos, welcome. Yeah, that's all I've been seeing on my feed too. Is that Nintendo Switch 2 is out, and I've seen staple stories and people comparing it to the previous Switch, and the main conversation I've been seeing is that it performs better, and I'm like, it should, my dude. It should perform better. If it doesn't, then what in the world are you doing? Like, yeah, this is great. These games are 60 FPS now. I'm like, duder, my buddy. I don't know. I think our expectations have just been lowered so much so that 60 FPS is now a great thing on a handheld. Anyway, it's kind of it should do this. That's my point. Is that it should do this. And if it doesn't, then that's a problem. Mario Kart, I've seen it, and it's not for me. I'm just like, it's Mario Kart with a few bells and whistles. I'm not a big Mario Kart fan. I can see why people who are Mario Kart fans would want Mario Kart, but I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it has a NVIDIA chip with 8 ARM Cortex A78C cores, 6 of which available to developers, 12 gigabytes of LPDDR6 RAM. So it's got better specs. course, Wi-Fi 6. That's good. Virtual game cards are an abomination. Yeah, I said it. They're an abomination. That I don't understand why people are cool with this. They touted us, hey, you can lend your digital games to friends and family. You can lend your physical games to friends and family and everybody else, and then you can sell it to somebody and they can play it. Not these digital games. No. No, 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 no. No. Letting them enjoy the game on their system without buying a separate copy. We're so deep into this digital DRM nonsense that people's common sense has been just left at the door. Because I remember the heyday of physical media. I think people, a lot of other people may remember it well. You just say, hey man, you want to borrow my? I finished Zelda. You want it? You want to borrow it? Yeah. Puts game in hand it to other person, exchange, put in console, play. Wow. You mean I can just give him the game and it plays and he can finish Zelda and then give it back to me when he's done? We were lost, man. This generation's cooked. They think they're touting this as a good thing. I'm just like, if you buy a physical copy, it should be a physical copy, self-contained. You should be able to do what you want. People are like, no, you don't actually own your games. Well, if it's physical, I do. Yeah. Boy, you can loan your games to up to 8 people. Wow, thanks. Thanks. Finally, you can share one game at a time. Uh, and the lending period only lasts 2 weeks. You better finish this game in 2 weeks. You got 2 weeks, buddy. The clock starts now. Oh my! I don't know, man. To me, this is the big black eye on this whole thing. I remember when they announced what they were doing with physical copies, and they call them these virtual game cards. I was like, what in the world? It's like the virtual game. It's like, why would you do that? Anyway, game key cards are physical Switch 2 games that only contain a portion of their game data. The first time you slot one in, the Switch 2 will download the rest of the game. So why in the world do you need a physical freaking card for that? Boy, I am just like, get off my lawn mode. This is so stupid. I can't believe this. I'm like, you're gonna buy a card. You're gonna buy a card that you put in your Switch and it'll start a download. So you need a card for that. You can't just go to the game store and click download. No, you need to buy a physical and it costs more. And the game key card becomes a key you need to use so anytime you want to play it. This is just more control, man. I hope people realize this is Nintendo exacting more control over what you play and how you play it and when you play it and who you let play it. This is some craziness. And I can't understand why people are cool with this. Like, this is nuts. Like, I can understand we want to get away from physical media because we want to get away from physical media. Why people did that's the trend nowadays. But why even bother with this? This isn't even needed. You don't need this. If you want to get away from physical media, just get away from physical media. Just make it all digital. Just don't half step it. Just get away from physical media. This is stupid. Nintendo says you'll have to have an internet connection the first time you boot up the game. Now, the whole entire reason why you want a physical copy of a game, especially in current year, is that you don't have an internet connection. When you think about the current state of the internet and the current state of hardware and software. The one time you want a physical copy of something is when you don't have access to the internet. So if I'm off in just like in the middle of the desert and I order a Switch 2 and I want to play my games, I have to go somewhere with an internet connection in order to activate the game on a physical key card. Now, me saying that out loud as a Gen X person just makes my brain fry. But this current generation is like, huh? So, what's the big deal? Just go to your local Starbucks and your McDonald's if you don't have an internet connection. What's the big idea? I'm just like, oh my, we're cooked. We're cooked. Soon as the internet drops, soon as the internet goes down, these kids are just they're gonna be lost. They're not gonna know. They're not gonna know. They're not gonna know how to pee. The art of urination will be lost because they can't ask Chat GPT, how do I urinate when I have fluid in my bladder? This fusion of digital and physical has become fairly common on other consoles as the sizes of games have grown larger, and it's relatively novel for Nintendo. Since the Switch 2 is going to be running more demanding high fidelity games, though it's compromised to let people still enjoy the common sense benefits of physical game cards. And Gadget, I love y'all. Y'all my boys. But that's the stupidest sentence I've ever seen in my life. What benefit of physical game cards are we getting here? What benefit? What benefit? If you download the game digitally, when you download the game, you're good. Unless there's some phone home stuff going on. So there is literally no difference between this game card and downloading the game off of the game store. It is not a compromise. It is them taking away your ability to play a game from a physical device, from a physical media. It's not a compromise. This is a flag here that says that these guys got paid to write this. Because there is no common sense benefit at all to this. There is actually zero common sense benefit to putting together a game key card, which you have to put in, which will initiate a download, and then you can play the game normally. And this costs more. I don't think people understand that. This is going to cost more than the actual game that's in digital form. You're paying extra for a physical card that will make you put itself in the freaking console to download the game. You're paying more for them to have more control. This is a huge step backwards, man. I'm glad that it has better hardware. I'm glad that the older Switch games are playing better. I'm glad that they've got plans for everything. But in terms of like hardware and DRM and control and physical media, this is like 75 steps backwards. Seriously, this is really, really stupid. Honestly, at this point, just get rid of physical. Do what Sony and Microsoft have done. Make a console that's digital only. That's all they had to do. Because this is I don't see any kind of physical in this. This card is nothing more than a two-factor authentication, like a YubiKey that says, "Hey, I can go download the game." That's all this is. That's all it is. It's an authentication token. It's an authentication token to say, "Hey, I have permission to download this game." That's all it is. It is no way near, shape, or form a physical copy of the game. Not even close. I can't. I actually don't understand why they would do this. Anyway, the Switch 2 is out. Yeah, it costs a lot of money. I'm gonna say this though. I'm gonna say this. If you got $450 burning a hole in your pocket and you want a mobile gaming solution, look at the Steam Deck. Just take a hard, long look at a Steam Deck. Trust your boy. Look at a Steam Deck. If you want to have a handheld, powerful device that can play games, look at a Steam Deck. Now, if you just got to play Nintendo games, you got to play Nintendo games. I understand that. But take a hard look at the Steam Deck. If you don't have a Steam Deck and you're looking at a Switch, please. Like, if I had a choice, I would be on Steam Deck all day. If I had $450 of just money that I could just spend, just disposable income, and I was like, this is going towards a portable device. This is going towards a portable device. I will definitely get a Steam Deck. I will definitely get a Steam Deck. It's not even close to a decision that will be made. I will get a Steam Deck over Switch 2. Hands down. Not even close. Right? And if you're talking about, oh, boy, what if I want to play these games and this, look into emulation. Look into emulation. Look at what the Steam Deck can do with emulation, and get back to me in a couple weeks. Your mind will be blown. Check it out, guys. This is over on your gadget. The Switch 2 is out. I'm sorry. I'm stupid. I'm sorry. These things they're doing for virtual game cards and game key cards is just some of the dumbest things I've ever seen in my life. It's really dumb. Really stupid. Thanks for the bits, freestyling. Let's have some bits and a great day. If not, it's going to get better. Exactly. Exactly. I've seen people defending that crap too. For real, man, the amount of mental gymnastics people go to justify. Now, I think this is probably what it is, right? I think people feel like if they say something negative about a company, that they are somehow bad people or they're wrong for criticizing the company. No, the opposite is true. If you love a company, you will openly criticize them for being stupid. You will call a spade because you want that company to know the truth. You don't hide stuff. You don't sugarcoat it. Just say, man, why are you doing this? And the perception is on the internet, if you criticize a company, you're a hater. You hate them. And that's the exact opposite. Most people criticize things because they love them. Because that is what people do when they love something. When they truly love something, they're not going to sugarcoat it. They're not going to hold back. They're not going to consider your feelings. They're going to say, hey, Nintendo, why are you being such a stupid face? Huh? Why are you being dumb, Nintendo? Huh? That's what. So if they love Nintendo, they would do that. But these people that are like, Nintendo can do no wrong and stuff like that, this is some deeper issues they have with trying to look a certain way for people and not trying to hurt feelings, and justification of something they did or something they bought, some sunken cost fallacy. Listen, I've been playing Star Citizen. I know about that sunken cost fallacy stuff. People invest thousands of dollars in something, they will try their best to defend that purchase. But yeah, I'm proud of everybody. I think Mavis in chat said he resisted the call. Mavis said, I resisted the urge to buy a Switch 2. I'm like, I'm proud of you. Because it is hype. As gamers, we want the latest hype. And if I got disposable income, I'd be tempted too. Listen, I don't even play Mario Kart. If I had disposable income, I would be tempted to. I would be. And yes, my Switch hasn't been turned on probably since Monster Hunter Rise. Yep. When I got the Switch, and then let me tell you, it was worth the money. Let me just leave with that. I got it for Animal Crossing during COVID. Worth every penny. I got so much joy out of that time. I got so much. It was worth every penny. I loved it. Me and my wife played together. We traded turnips. It was perfect. It was so good. But then it was done. We got hundreds and hundreds of hours of enjoyment out of it. I even played Monster Hunter and did some other stuff, played some other games. But the justification for purchasing that Switch was Animal Crossing. That was the whole entire justification, and I am so happy I did it. It introduced me to the game. I learned to love the game. I even got into the genre as a result. So if I had the chance, I'd do it again. Like if they come out with Animal Crossing for the Switch 2, I'm going to be very tempted again because I think Animal Crossing is a good game. And it's something I didn't know I would enjoy until I actually got into it, you know? Delicious tea. I saw an article from Linus that some AMD CPUs were frying on a certain set of hardware. I saw a YouTube short on it. It was who's a motherboard vendor? Now I gotta look it up. I got scared because it was the same chip I have. I was like, oh no, I don't want to do this Intel nonsense. Minus AMD CPU. It was a short from his podcast. But it was like some sort of it was an isolated event with that particular hardware. I think he said over 100 people reported. God dang it, now I can't find it. It was a 9800. Hey, Master Winnie, welcome. 9800. AS Rock, that's it. Thank you. AS Rock motherboards. And I have an MSI, so I was like, whew. How long is this? 15 minutes?
ASRock motherboards and Ryzen 9000.
Was 11 days ago? We some in the last week.
Blaming the issue.
This is it. Ryzen and 9800 X3Ds are dying. Oh boy.
ASRock has kind of sort of admitted fault. Re the dead Ryzen 9000 X3D CPUs. After over 100 reports of Ryzen 9000 CPUs dying or experiencing performance issues when paired with ASRock motherboards, ASRock has finally acknowledged that yes, their hardware may have partially been to blame. Previously, the company had released confusing statements blaming the issues on memory config issues and on debris getting lodged in the CPU socket. But this week,
Debris getting lodged in the CPU socket. When you think about it, that's a highly likely thing to happen during the manufacturing process. Some small fragment of plastic flies across the freaking motherboard into the CPU socket. Wow, I'm just thinking about from a manufacturing perspective how likely that is to happen if you don't have the proper quality controls.
YouTuber TechYesCity reported that ASRock's motherboard team told him the problem had to do with AMD's Precision Boost Overdrive feature. Without getting too technical, AMD's maximum supported PBO settings may have been too high, allowing ASRock's custom tuning within those parameters to be too aggressive. It's important to note that while the vast majority of dead 9800 X3D cases happened on ASRock boards, some also happened on ASUS MSI and Gigabyte boards as well. This tracks with the idea that both AMD's PBO settings and OEM settings were part of the issue.
That's got me worried. I have an MSI board with a 9800. Mine is going well, though.
ASRock has released a new BIOS update that they hope will fix the issue, but as of writing this, neither ASRock nor AMD have released official statements regarding this. It's unclear how users are supposed to be informed of this new BIOS update. Some reports have also emerged of CPUs dying while running the new BIOS or without ever using PBO. ASRock VP of Motherboard Business Chris Lee also told Gamers Nexus that the company is fully committed to fixing any motherboards that have been damaged and even covering shipping costs for affected users.
This is scary. It's a scary time to be a PC gamer, man, a PC tech enthusiast, not even a gamer, just a PC tech enthusiast, because we had several years of stability, relative stability. We've got even this next generation of these tech people coming up. They don't have the fear we had of updating their BIOS. You know, there's so many fallback mechanisms today that it's really hard to mess up flashing your BIOS. Whereas when I was doing it, if you farted and you were updating your BIOS, there was a chance you could brick your computer. So you would hold in all gas, all burps, and all blinks. You would keep your eyes wide open during the BIOS update because you didn't want it to brick. So we went through so many years of just stability, and even with like the hardware related stuff, and like most of the problems we've seen, like not in the last 5 years, but like before that, like let's just think about in the 2000s and like the 2010s and stuff. Most of the problems we saw were software, right? We didn't have a lot of hardware failures. We had some, but in the last 5 years, it's been catastrophic. From Intel CPUs frying to NVIDIA's catching on fire, and now AMDs are frying. Hardware. These are hardware problems, not software. These aren't driver problems. This is not Windows problems. This is hardware exploding. It's scary, mainly because things cost a lot more today. A video card is like several mortgage payments.
Honestly a little surprised that they're even covering this, because I think AMD has been pretty explicit that PBO is overclocking and that it isn't covered. To be clear, I'm glad they're covering it, because the way that they message things like PBO tends to vary depending on who they're talking to. You know, like you'll hear them when you talk about, you know, how your product is supposed to compare to the other guy's product when you're reviewing it. They tend to be like, oh yeah, Expo, you know, make sure you got it enabled. Here's a 6400 megatransfer per second kit. It'll probably work on your chip. Let us know if it's not working. You know, they tend to want the best case scenario when they're positioning their product performance-wise against a competitor. But then there's also a tendency, and I'm not singling out AMD here, this is across the board, there's also a tendency to downplay how safe these settings are when it comes to user warranty. So I think it's pretty cool that ASRock is stepping up to the plate and supporting this. I suspect that it comes...
That's the bare minimum, though. Let's be clear. That's the bare minimum. They are doing the bare minimum. Don't give them pats on the back for covering all the damage and covering shipping and making sure people's stuff gets replaced. This is the bare minimum that they have to do. If they do anything less than that, then we should be mad at them. Okay, so I'm not going to even go down the road of, oh, kudos to them for honoring people's hardware and taking. No, they should be doing that regardless. That's the bare minimum you do as a vendor. Don't even try that.
Comes down to that this is a fairly isolated issue. I mean, if we're talking about like 100 users, there's a lot more 9800 X3Ds out there than 100. So they're probably doing the math and determining that this is something that they can afford to look like good guys and absorb.
This is probably a bad batch. I mean, I'm thinking about like somebody not calibrating a certain machine, or somebody, I don't know, having to go to the bathroom doing something on the assembly line, and they come back and like, oh, what happened? Oh, I left the machine on. Oh, it'll be fine. All kinds of QA stuff could have happened. and the or all kinds of like assembly line stuff could have happened, and the QA checks failed to catch it. And I think a lot of companies, sadly, are cutting back on QA on their hardware manufacturing. They're cutting costs everywhere. So they're trying to do quality as they're manufacturing and as they're building, and they don't do the aftermath stuff. Well, so when somebody makes a mistake, it slips through the cracks. I think it was just a bad batch of Mobos, and I think there's more than 100 out there. I actually believe that there's probably going to be a lot more than 100, and we're going to continue to see this from ASRock. But some people they said some other vendors are going through it, so we may have to look at some common vectors between these companies on where they're getting their parts from, because it may not be a manufacturing thing. It may be a parts, no, the parts that they ordered, the components that they ordered that may be faulty from a certain location, that all these vendors are ordering from the same location. So there's probably a single point of failure somewhere, and it makes me a little nervous as a MSI owner and using this CPU. So I'm gonna be following this one very closely, very closely.
But maybe that's just the cynic in me. Titlord says, Tilt Lord says Linus.
They should really change their name at this point.
Linus, they're only covering the motherboard. They said in the interview that CPU issues will need to be worked out with AMD. Yeah, that's fair enough. But even ASRock, to my knowledge, I don't think any hardware vendor that I can think of explicitly covers damage caused by overclocking, and PBO is explicitly overclocking. So I'm impressed.
I'm sorry. If you have a feature, right? If you have a feature that is touted as, I don't know how else to say it. If it's touted as a feature, if you have overclocking as a feature inside your BIOS, your warranty should cover it. Am I being obtuse? If you put overclocking capability in your mobile and say you can go X4, X2, X 1.5, your warranty should cover it. Bottom line. Ryzen and 9800 X3Ds are dying. Oh no. Oh no! Anyway. That's not loud. What do you mean? That's not loud at all. What you talking about? Overclocking used to be user endeavor having to fine-tune themselves. If a manufacturer provides overclocking via easy methods, they should have support it. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, if you're going to put in a motherboard, then don't talk about risk. Don't talk about we're not liable. Take it out of the motherboard then. Don't enable it. Go back to the old days of jumpers. go back to the old days of modifying the multiplier via jumpers on the motherboard. That'll solve all that. All right, chat. So later today, before we jump into Dune, later today we're going to be checking out Summer Game Fest, the official main event. That's going to be at 5 p.m. today, 2 p.m. Pacific. It's roughly 5 hours from now. We're going to be co-streaming that. If you're watching over on YouTube, I'm not going to be streaming that on YouTube just so I don't get DMCA'd. So I humbly ask that you come over to Twitch or to Kick to watch the co-stream of that. I don't know if I should do it on Kick, honestly. I might just do it on Twitch because I know Summer Game Fest, they even allow you to co-stream on Twitch, and they don't mention any other platforms. So I'm thinking I might not do it on Kick either. We'll see. We will see. Anything else? Do, 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 do. Where's one? How dare you? Do 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 do. I said do do. I said do do. Elite Dangerous needs new gameplay. I agree.
For all the many changes to Elite Dangerous over the years, especially recently, the core gameplay loops, trading, mining, exploration and combat all remain fundamentally similar to those in the game's infancy.
Yep.
They define almost everything you do, from deep space exploration to trading to Thargoid hunting and
the last major gameplay shakeup was Odyssey. We haven't seen anything since. Haven't seen anything since Odyssey. Everything has been the same since 2014.
Yes, even the new feature of colonization.
Power play and like other things like that. I think those are like offshoots of the major gameplay, but yeah.
In hindsight, the opening release of Elite Dangerous all the way back in 2014 played its hand very early. Trading, mining, exploration and combat were the scaffolding that supported every other activity that were added later on. And that means we somehow find ourselves in this very strange situation where Elite Dangerous is receiving a significant number of updates, some of them very big, yet somehow the core gameplay remains the same and mostly, to all intents and purposes, unchanged.
I agree so hard. Oh man.
So the question I want to ask you...
I don't know if I'm gonna have much feedback on this video, except to add to it, because he's saying everything I agree with.
And the question I'm asking myself is this. Does Elite Dangerous need new core gameplay? Does it need something else, something unique, that so far hasn't yet been added? Or
see, we were hoping colonization was that. I know I was, because that sounded like a whole new pillar. When you talk about the trading, combat, exploration, those are like major pillars those are major pillars of functionality. But at the end of the day, colonization turned into a BGS / trading offshoot. It wasn't its own pillar. With those two things, when you do colonization now, you're essentially trading. That's how you build. That's the mechanic of building. You trade. And to design your systems, that's a function of the background system or BGS. So they're offshoots of those two things. It works well. Don't get me wrong. I like it, but it's not a new pillar of gameplay.
New features good enough if they're still based on existing gameplay, and let's explore what all of that means. Just how has Elite changed over the years? Well, it all started with community goals back in 2015. This let traders and bounty hunters work side by side to achieve a set goal.
This is probably the one thing that keeps everybody coming back. Community goals was such a good idea. I don't know who came up with it, but when it first came out, dude, I couldn't wait until the next community goal. It was so good.
And you could do this simply by trading, by fighting, or various other activities that were established in Elite Dangerous already.
But again, it was
this premise continued with the introduction
pillars.
of wings, which allowed the players to team up into groups, but they still engaged within that very same gameplay. Power play came...
People don't remember Elite Dangerous didn't used to have squads and wings. You only played solo. You didn't used to be able to do that. Oh, man.
A little bit later on and reframed those same loops as ideological war.
Right.
Deliver this, destroy that, and help out whichever power you're pledged to.
Right.
The magic of those years then, 2014 to 2015, really lay in the sense of scale of the game and the amazing purity of the flight model itself. There was some criticism though even then, and that was that every loop, every gameplay, every profession could be reduced down to a core loop. Buy low, sell high, shoot, scoop, repeat, honk, scan, jump, and so on. These core very...
Wait, what did he say? This is a t-shirt.
Every profession could be reduced down to a core loop. Buy low, sell high, shoot, scoop, repeat, honk, scan, jump, and so on. These core...
I'm putting that on a t-shirt.
Very tightly focused loops that were the fundamental identity of Elite Dangerous. Skip towards the end of 2015, later on in the year, and Horizons
not
was
joking.
announced. This was
Dude,
the
I'm putting
first
that on a
major
t-shirt.
expansion,
I'm not even going to ask
and
for
it
permission.
was the first time that allowed players to land on planets and get out of their ship in vehicles, the SRV. Naturally, this was a massive change to Elite Dangerous. They were no longer...
They let you build a place in colonization like an aerial building placement system. You can build existing assets in the game. So if you want to build a space station, you tell it where, and you drop a bunch of materials on it, and then it pops up. And you can do the same thing on planets. You can kind of decide where on the planet you want to build something. You're like, I want to build a refinery down here. And it plops a construction thing, and then you drop all the materials there, and then it spawns. It's a good system. I'm not gonna lie. I think colonization
stuck
is
just in
really
space,
well done.
but you could explore the
not a
surface
new
of
pillar.
planets and even planetary ports, and also drive around on the surfaces. Yet the moment-to-moment gameplay looped back into familiar patterns. Surface prospecting asked miners and explorers to gather materials, which in turn fed engineers.
Yep.
An expansion that wrapped a grindy RNG-tinted crafting system around combat and travel.
Yep.
Even ship-launched fighters and passenger missions mostly extended
ship-launched
pre-existing combat and hauling routines. Horizons then expanded the canvas magnificently. A nice big galaxy, a whole load of new areas to visit. But it
One thing, Fizzel, you can only do it in empty systems. So you can only colonize a system that has no population. So there's a billion systems to do that in, but you can't go into an existing system that's already established and start building stuff.
didn't fundamentally add any new gameplay. And let's drill down in a little bit to what that means. Some people may split hairs here. For example, you could drive
not
around
like
on the
EVE
surface
Online.
of planets and shoot rocks and collect resources. But before the release of Horizons, you could fly
I'm
around
missing
in
EVE. I might get
space
back
and
in
shoot
EVE at some
rocks and
point.
collect resources. So fundamentally, pretty much the same thing, right? And that really is the bottom line of what I'm trying to get at here. The idea of keeping hold of something old when there's much better, newer options available. And that's where the sponsor of today's video, Extra, can come in and really help out. Eventually, the Thargoids turned up in the
This has got me thinking though. Like if I were to make a fourth pillar, because they have different ones now. They have mercenary and what's the other one? The exploration stuff. Because I think of pillars of things you can get elite status in. So mining, I'm not mining, trade, combat, exploration, and then they have mercenary, which is like on foot stuff. And I think they have a fifth one. I don't remember the name of it. But I'm trying to think of a style of space sim gameplay that that could define a new gameplay loop. And I'm having trouble. I'm actually having trouble. I don't know off the top of my head what Elite could add. You know, I don't know what they could add without making a sequel, like just making a whole new game. I think they've taken the right approach to say, let's take what we have, refine it, repurpose it, create gameplay loops with it. That's a fine formula. It'll save you money too, and to use existing assets to keep gameplay fresh. It's a good idea. But when we're talking about a game that's over 10 years old, and at some point you might just have to get to the realization that this is what we got. Much as I want Elite to keep going and get some new things, at some point I got to say, well, that's what it is, right? And if we want to compare it to like Star Citizen, where Star Citizen is so amorphous, so early, and so volatile that they seem to add like new things every 2 to 3 months. And it's not necessarily a good thing, you know. If you look at the feature set and the gameplay loops that are being developed and are planned for Star Citizen, it's a bit overwhelming. Like one that Star Citizen has that I wish Elite Dangerous has. Well, Elite Dangerous has it, but it's not necessarily fleshed out, is salvaging. In Star Citizen, you can go to a shipwreck and salvage parts. Now, I'm a big fan of a movie called Titan AE. And you remember the beginning of Titan AE when they were salvaging ship stuff? When I go and play a game called Hard Space Shipbreaker, I think about Titan AE. You know, that's a core memory for me, and I love that type of stuff. So Star Citizen has the ability to go to a shipwreck, take guns off of it, take parts off of it, salvage material, recycle them, and sell them. Elite Dangerous, when you go and salvage, you go to a pocket of space and you find a loot box there. You find some engineering materials. You may find I don't know, some escape pods and some stuff like that. That's salvaging in Elite, and it's not nearly as good as it is in Star Citizen. So if they want to come up with a new or a new pillar of gameplay, I think salvaging is a good one to do, because space junkers, that's a whole profession. Seriously, that if you look at any sci-fi movie and anything, space people go out and salvage space junk. That is a whole entire profession. That's a whole entire business. So I think that's an opportunity. But at this point, it's like, hey, the game's over 10 years old. Are they gonna do all that? Are they gonna invest that much in there? They're laying off people as of a year ago. So I don't know if that's an opportunity to expand or not. So we'll see.
Expansion known as the Return. Here, pilots noticed that even these fearsome Thargoides are alien menaces sat squarely inside the same combat loop. You learn new tactics, of course, fitted AX weapons, the anti-Xeno weapons, and this was definitely a nice refreshing change, but it was still the same combat in many regards. Eventually we got to the Beyond update in 2018, and this is where things changed in some very unique ways. Here, Frontier really did try and push the boat out. For example, the exploration got a massive overhaul. This completely changed exploration.
Dude, I barely remember exploration before they changed it. Because that was the days where you had to fly to the planet, look at it, and then fly to the next planet, look at it, fly to the next planet, look at it, rinse and repeat. And it took forever.
And essentially did add brand new gameplay. Yes, sure, it was divisive and not everyone was happy about it, but the point was that Frontier were making some significant changes here. They also extended these type of changes to mining, which transcended the old laser and limpets to...
Probably my favorite update. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, I'm mining every game I play. It could be Minecraft. It could be Pac-Man. I'm mining something. So the mining update, especially deep core mining, probably was one of my favorite updates of Elite Dangerous. I got so excited every time I made a rock explode. Seriously. And it wasn't just for the money. I think the first 100 hours I mined, it was just so I could watch rocks explode. The Star Citizen finish their gameplay loops or make them partially feature complete and then move on to the next loop. Yes and no. It's a parallel effort. So they start a gameplay loop. It's broken, right? And they continue to work on that from time to time. And then they go to another gameplay loop. It's broken. So as they're fixing one of the broken ones, the other broken one's getting fixed, but at a different rate. So it's like the old one they worked on, the rate that things gets fixed is slower than the newer one. So yeah, you do have a bunch of half-finished things, but I'm happy to report that I finally found a gameplay loop that's finished, and that's trading. With the new physical cargo trading, that gameplay loop is essentially finished. It has bugs, but one can actually do the gameplay loop and make money. That's probably why that's my favorite thing to do in Star Citizen now. Whereas before you couldn't do it. It was just, yeah. So gameplay loops are finished. They even added like a Tarkov-like mode called conflict zones, or I'm sorry, contested zones in Star Citizen. That gameplay loop is not finished, but it feels like it could be something really good. It's got that potential tag on it, but it's broken. And trading's still not finished. Don't get me wrong, it's not finished, but you can do the gameplay loop and actually make money. Like I've made probably over 50 million AUEC in Star Citizen now doing that.
Seismic charges and a really glorious spectacle of deep core mining and the spectacular detonations that came along with it. And this right here is a pure example of what I'd really like to see Frontier do more. Essentially, these two overhauls were the clearest examples of Frontier tearing up an original game loop and building it completely anew. It worked amazingly well for mining and worked pretty good for exploration as well. The next big update to Elite Dangerous was fleet carriers. These arrived after quite a big delay actually, and they were staggeringly expensive mobile stations that acted as jump-capable logistic hubs. Essentially, these were capital ships for players. In many regards, these undeniably did change Elite Dangerous. They allowed players to, for the first time, effectively have their own space station that they could move around at will to any location within the galaxy.
Mining
and
is
they've
another
been
one.
Since then used for many different purposes,
And
whether that's mobile or...
In Star Citizen, mining is a loop that's complete as well. I think mining is probably one of the most popular gameplay loops. A lot of people love mining in that game. It's broken.
logistics hubs for combat areas or mobile research stations used in deep space. They were used and are used for many different purposes. Ultimately, though, each of these purposes is the same core hub, the same core gameplay that was introduced back in 2014. Mining, combat, exploration, and trade-in. The Elite Dangerous Odyssey expansion arrived in May 2021, and this is perhaps the biggest attempt to totally graft in a fresh new gameplay into Elite Dangerous. This was the ability to leave the player's seat, the seat of the spaceship, and walk across the ground for the first time. And it's here where I feel Frontier made a pretty big mistake. Now, you may recall where I mentioned the SRV back from Horizons, where you could go around and shoot rocks on the ground, and this was considered new gameplay. To me, not so much, because, well, you could previously fly around in a spaceship and shoot rocks in space. To all intents and purposes, what Frontier did was transpose the same gameplay mechanics from space down to the planetary surfaces. And in many ways, this is exactly what they did with Odyssey. Now, it would be extremely unfair of me to say that these were not new gameplay elements, because of course they were, but for me they felt entirely bland and very unoriginal.
Is Star Citizen fun solo? Yeah, that's primarily how I play. I've only played with a couple people a couple times. I play solo pretty much 99% of the time. And yeah, it's fun.
For example, it was great to have the feeling of holding a plasma rifle and peering through night vision goggles into alleys and outposts and all those nice areas. This was very much brand new to Elite, yet the structure of these activities closely mirrored Elite's legacy combat and mission loops. It's not just that they were sending you out to kill X number of guards, of course they were, because, you know, what game doesn't? But it was more that the manner in which the FPS aspect of the game actually worked, with the shields and all the rest of it. The functionality here was very similar to what we've seen in Elite Dangerous. The idea of shields and armor on the foot was no different to the idea of shields and the hull when in space. Some people may wonder what I'm complaining about here, but, well, ultimately, there's a whole ton of very, very good FPS games out there. It's one of the, if not the most popular genres available. Unfortunately, when it comes to the FPS section of Odyssey, it felt like Frontier decided to reinvent the wheel and import Elite Dangerous gameplay from the ships into the FPS genre, instead of importing wholesale what works very well from great, successful, already established FPS games. And much of the other gameplay within Odyssey suffered from the same problem. The biggest problem, though, with Odyssey perhaps wasn't its on-foot gameplay, but it's largely perhaps down to the fact that there was no new gameplay added for ships. And ultimately that means even to this day...
Odyssey had so much opportunity. And I think it's easy to look back on it now in hindsight and say they should have did this and they should have did that, but Odyssey really, really, really had the opportunity to be something special. And that was the most excited I was for Elite Dangerous, because it was going to take this game from just sitting in the cockpit of a ship and making a true space sim. Like doing all this awesome stuff on foot, and it ended up just dropping the ball hard.
Odyssey and Elite Dangerous feel like two completely separate games coexisting within the same world. Later on into 2022 and 2023, we got the Thargoids Wars, with eventually the Thargoid Titan motherships turning up, and these really did add some really interesting new elements to Elite Dangerous, especially when players figured out how to destroy them and left some pretty spectacular explosions in the destruction of the Titans. I could go into some more depth here on those particular aspects, but I think you've got the point here. At the end of the day, even destroying the Titans resulted, or was led from the same fundamental gameplay.
I wasn't even around during that whole gameplay with the Titans and all that stuff. I was taking an extended hiatus from the game. But from what I can tell, it just really seemed like narrative-driven events that got you involved, and you did a few of the existing core mechanics, like go and kill a few Thargoids, and then the world changed based on that, right? So it was like Frontier was in the background pulling levers and pushing buttons while you as a player did almost the exact same gameplay.
Exploration, mining, trading, and combat, and all of these worked in much the same way as we'd seen in preceding years. There was nothing new here. What was new is the target that those gameplay loops were aimed at.
Yeah.
And that brings us on to colonization. This, as I've
boy.
said many times in the past, is definitely a fundamental, foundational change for Elite Dangerous. Players having the ability to guide exploration and colonization and determining where other stations and economies and civilization is going to expand to is a massive change for Elite Dangerous. All of this is extremely positive. And yes, of course, there is huge amounts of new content here. After all, you've got the ability to guide where new stations are going to be put, where new planetary surface outposts are going to be located, and much more. Even the links between all of these economically. And yeah, this gives players great autonomy in determining what can go on within a civilization. But equally, it's only fair to point out that all of this is built on top of already established gameplay loops.
Exactly. That was the point I just made earlier about colonization. It's just like everything around colonization is piggybacking off of existing pillars.
To colonize, it comes back to those same core focused loops, specifically trade-in and haul-in in this case, the loops that have been there right from day one.
I threw BGS in there because
of course, none
of
this is a bad thing. None of it makes Elite Dangerous a fundamentally bad game, because it's not. It actually is a very good game, and that's why it's still very popular even today, and it's why many players are returning to it, and also getting a whole load of new players as well. You only have to look at the player numbers and the growing interest around the game. Frontier are doing things very good here, and they're taking the right approach. But the question still is very much open as to whether or not in the future Frontier should add some new gameplay loops, something that's beyond just the fundamentals of trading, mining, exploration, and combat. And in my opinion, yes, the answer is definitely yes. We need more gameplay here, something new, something different to engage players with. Now, what type of things would you like to see? What could be offered? Well, here's a few examples. Let's start with colonization. And we'll start there because, well, there's a few new roles that could be added in here. For example, now we're effectively controlling an economy or guiding an economy. Why not add a strategy layer to the game as well? Give players the ability to direct and control the actions of NPCs. For example, a strategy element of a defense coordinator who could perhaps hire NPCs and perhaps even players if they wanted, and then have these patrol the turfs around the stations, and you could set up your own patrol lines. Or perhaps have a bit more of an administrator role here.
This is starting to sound like X4.
Who allocate specific resources for base upgrades, and you could determine where these resources were to be allocated.
I mean, X4 is really good. Oh, okay. You see that wreck? See how that ship just blew up? That wreck. The current technology is very limited, right? And I think this is where Star Citizen is better than Elite. A lot of the damage models, take into account modules that you have on your ship in Star Citizen. Currently in Elite, you just get like the same looking wreck almost every time. I think the only ship they did some really advanced damage model stuff is an Anaconda. If you guys ever fought an Anaconda in Elite Dangerous, you probably have seen some, like the ship exploding while it's flying. And they really did some stuff on there that they didn't do to any other ship. But it's like smokes, and you can see like fire coming from it. And I really think that they were using that ship as kind of like a test pilot for this damage model, and they ultimately abandoned it. So now we've got an Anaconda that explodes and looks really cool when you fight it, but everybody else looks like it looks like a 3D print that just got stepped on, with an explosion effect on it. So if they're going to do salvaging, if Elite Dangerous is going to do salvaging, they're going to have to change all of that, which is why when I suggested it, I'm thinking in the back of my head, it ain't going to happen because it's a lot of work.
And when they were to be sent. Each of these roles could go as deep or as superficial as Frontier
looks like a 3D print.
Ultimately, they would be something new here. Another example, probably tied into colonization, would be the idea to terraform.
I mean, they could do it like Rebel Galaxy and a lot of other games do, is that when you die, when the ship explodes, it just drops a box. Elite, not Elite, what is it? EVE Online does this. When a ship explodes, there's a little loot box there. They could do that. That could be really easy to implement. Star Citizen goes crazy. It's just like you have to cut things. You have to use a tractor beam to pull like missiles off the ship and pull guns off the ship and other modules and stuff. It goes nuts. They don't have to go that nuts. You could just drop a box full of stuff.
Here, players could go out and locate planets that are suitable candidates for terraforming. And these could involve new types of gameplay, which would include flying around and scooping samples of atmosphere, or going down onto the planets and doing some deep core drilling to take some of the samples from the ground.
You know, they got this other game called Planet Coaster. You know, and a lot of us, when they started coming out with these games, we were hoping that the teams would collaborate and we would get the ability to build cities on planets. So we land on a planet and the game just changes to Planet Coaster with elite art. And then we could like build buildings and stuff and have roller coasters in space.
Many different options here, many different possibilities. Also, I've already spoken in the past about players taking on a greater role in economy and trading. I won't discuss that here. Instead, I'll link to the video where I discussed it previously. Essentially, though, this would lead to the creation of player-owned factories. Salvaging is also something I'd like to see. The ability to go out and literally use lasers to cut apart shipwrecks and then take those parts with you.
Yes.
Would these be different to mining? Well, that would depend on how Frontier implemented, wouldn't it? If they used an exact copy of the existing mining mechanics, then no. But if they tried something completely different in terms of how you actually use this function, then yes, it could be something very different. So there we have it, just a few very cursory examples of how Frontier could add new gameplay to Elite Dangerous. Of course, the question here is, would you like to see changes like
support
this? Do you feel that Elite Dangerous?
I gave you the link in the chat. CNN, great content creator. I've been subscribed to him for a very long time. But yeah, I agree with most of what he was saying, and I think Elite Dangerous does repurpose a lot of core gameplay loops, and they do it well. They do it well, but it's only, I think time is just not on their side, man. There's only so much you can do with the 10-year-old game before those of us who've been playing it for thousands of hours go, hey, that's just trading, or hey, that's just combat, or hey, that's just exploration with this, or that's just this with that. We can simplify it easily enough because we've been playing the game so long. I'm not saying dead game is dead game, but it's old. Only so much you can do to keep it alive and keep it fresh. And I think colonization is a big step in the right direction. We've got this massive galaxy in Elite Dangerous that is pretty much barren, and you're giving the keys to the players to fill it up. I think that could take the game another 10 years right there, especially if they keep adding to that feature. So I got a lot of hope for colonization, but you know, we'll see how it goes. Thank you, Obsidian Ant, for a great video. Elite Dangerous does need new gameplay. I agree. But what would you guys put in the game? Let me know in the comments. Yeah, if you didn't guess, that's going up to YouTube. It could be drops that you can pick up with limpets. Yeah. Yeah. It could be limpet stuff. Could be limpet stuff. Indeed. Do we have anything else? Let me see. That's not loud. What do you mean? I gotta make sure you guys are awake. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting to turn it back down. At some point, we gotta start playing some Dune. I'm still a tad bit salty from yesterday. It's mostly gone though. If you don't know what happened, I got ate by a worm and lost everything. It was all my fault, so I can't really complain. I kind of want to watch this video. This is this. 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 This is this From a Star Citizen whale, my 2 cents. I haven't watched this though. I haven't watched any of these videos that we've been watching, but let's watch this one. Okay, from a Star Citizen whale, my 2 cents. All right. Let's see what this whale has to say, Mr. Moneybags.
I wanted to make a short little video. I think I'm going to call it A Star Citizen Whale Gives His 2 cents. It's kind of ironic, 2 cents, whale. But anyway, so I've been playing video games for a long time. I mean, like a really long time, like Atari 2600. This is like, 1980, 79, 80. But then I really got into gaming around the time of World of Warcraft. I got involved in the beta, and then after that I began playing very intensely. I joined a guild, which went on to merge with another guild. We became a pretty hardcore guild. We were getting pre-nerf Sunwell world #2 kills, things like
So you're saying you're a nerd. Cool.
that. So I was very intense into that game for about 4 years. It was very grindy, reputation. You got to get enchants for your armor. You got to get this. You got to get that. And not to mention be good at it.
Right.
Anyway, so
Well, I wouldn't say that.
I experienced that world. I was a younger man back then. And then I just faded out of World of Warcraft, I don't know, 10 years into it. I still have an account. I log in once in a while out of nostalgia, but I don't play. But anyway, but I did discover a cool game, well, a few cool games at the time that led me to a cool game called Star Citizen. It was more of an idea at the time. And it was very ambitious, and it kept getting more ambitious, but it never really became anything. I played around with it. I got bored. I believe I had an account with a couple of $100 value worth of ships, and I sold that.
Just to put things in perspective, I've been pledged since I'm gonna drop some opinions in here. I have been pledged since the beginning. I initially did the $60 pledge package. A community member donated some money for me to upgrade to the Drake Cutlass Black package, which took it over to like 100 and something. And then I recently, on my own accord, upgraded my package to a raft, which was an additional $15. So I've got about roughly $120 into the game over the entire span since the game's been out. So that's me. I'm no whale. Let's just make that clear. I'm no whale.
And then, I don't know, like 3 years ago, I got the bug again to try it out. I think I saw a video on YouTube.
3 years
I was like, okay,
ago.
this might be interesting. Long story short, I got back in both feet first, and I have since spent a large amount of money, pushing almost $20,000 on. Pushing almost $20,000 on pledges. Fleet of over 100 ships, everything from the Javelin down to the little STV, about 100.
My brother. You dropped 20K on Star Citizen.
$100 and some.
Here I'm expecting like 5,000, 6,000, maybe even 10. 20? No, I didn't see that coming.
Chips, basically. And anyway, where I'm trying to steer this towards is, I've been watching a lot of coverage of the game lately on YouTube and various streamers and whatever. And I'm getting a vibe, and the vibe is basically, the problem with this game is the whales. We're spending all this money on ships, and as long as we're buying these expensive ships, they're never going to make this into a game. The game sucks. Doesn't have any, game aspects to it, if you will. There's very well-known YouTubers like a guy named Salty Mike, who I actually enjoy watching sometimes, but he gets really wrapped around the act.
Oh, I love Salty Mike. I watch him all the time. But Salty Mike, his opinion is not, it's not necessarily the whale's fault, from what I understand. I don't want to paraphrase him, but it's CIG putting these things on the shop so that people can buy them. That's the problem. Putting things on the shop is a problem. I think that's where Salty Mike is, and that's where I land too. I think putting gameplay on the shop is the issue. I think the game needs whales. It funds the development, so I don't think the whales are the problem. So maybe this guy, I don't know. Let's see what he says.
So every time he gets this sort of like, well, this is pay to win. Where's the game? Give us the game. There's no game here. I kind of understand what he's trying to say. I mean, all video games for the most part are a time sink. You go in, you spend, I mean, when I was playing hardcore World of Warcraft, I would spend hours and hours grinding reputation just so I can get a favor, an exalted with them or something, so that I can get access to an enchant, which my guild required me to have as a tank, for example.
I mean, I think I see where he's going here. Time is money, and money is time. I have a saying, and I still stand by it. I think time is your most valuable currency in everything in life, not just with ships and video games. It's with your family and friends, and with your loved ones, and what you do with that. Your time is your most valuable currency ever. So where you put your time and effort in, that's where your treasure is, right? So I think I know where he's going with this. I'm not going to try to predict, but whales tend to buy stuff. I can speak from mobile games perspective. Whales tend to invest money where they don't have the time. Whereas people who do have the time can invest their time to obtain stuff in games versus someone who just drops their money and gets those things. And at the end of the day, this is the justification. We're trying to have fun, right? But there's a lot to unpack in that, but we're going to come back to that.
Example, and then before I could participate in one of the raids. And without it, frankly, didn't have a good chance to get through the raid. So I get that aspect of video gaming, but Star Citizen is a little bit different for some of us.
Oh, it's a lot different.
It's different for everyone. I think there are people who would like to get into a Star Citizen type universe and start with nothing and grind to an empire. And those people probably would be willing to spend literally hundreds, maybe thousands of hours doing so. There are people who have thousands of hours playing Path of Exile, thousands of hours playing...
There's people that have thousands of hours playing Star Citizen in its current form.
Eve and building empires. But because of the nature of how Star Citizen is funded, which is by the average person and not by a big studio or a big production company, their business model is predicated on, we're going to make these ships, they're going to cost a lot of money, and then we're going to use that money to then hire people to make more ships and also build this universe. It costs a lot of money to hire tech workers. I mean, in first world countries, these guys are all making six-figure salaries, some of them well into the six figures. And so to pay them, you have to have a huge amount of money come in. People talk all the time about $800 million, $1 billion at Star Citizen. Where's the money going? Well, you've got nearly 1,000 people working there now, all making very good salaries. That's where it's going.
And that is the problem. He just articulated the problem. You've got thousands of people working on this with six-figure salaries on a game that is well overscoped and very, very late.
Thank you.
In terms of scope, in terms of delivery. It is by far, not even close, the most mismanaged video game of all time. That 800 million is a testament of a failure. It is not this reality that video games cost as much, these things cost as much. No, no, that is a byproduct of a failed management of a company. That's what that is. It's sad to see too, because they've got a lot of good ideas, they've got a lot of talent, but at the end of the day, the bus has been steered into a ditch, and they're stuck in the mud, and they're selling ships to put under the tires so that they can spin the tires and get out of the mud. The company is bleeding money. The company is some say they're out of money. If you look at how much they've spent versus how much they have made on their website, they're the same. 800 million made, 800 million spent. That's grossly mismanaged assets. That's a grossly mismanaged company. So I wouldn't really call this a justification of this is what it is. No, this is just how they failed.
And it's going towards a combination of making the ships, but also making the game and the server meshing and all the other technologies that are involved in it that are groundbreaking and that make this game so special. And I guess what I'm trying to say is, just because I bought a capital class ship that could theoretically be soloed, and I have, like I did some bounties with the Idris with the railgun, and as long as they sit still long enough, if it's another large ship and you get a good shot, you have a shot at doing a lot of damage to it. You do 5 or 6 of those, you might take down that ship. It's a lot easier than if you're in a little F8 fighter, or let me use a better example, a Gladius, because the F8's been nerfed so badly. That could take forever, if not impossible. So yes, there's a bit of a pay to win going on there. But I also used that same Idris to take 6 or 7 guys out. We all had about 4 or 5 hours of absolute fun, like I've never had before in a game, besides maybe the raiding days of the glory days of raiding in World of Warcraft. But and I bought that ship with actual money. I didn't spend the better part of my year doing bounties and whatever else and favors for Wicklow and all these people so I can get this ship. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't be able to do that. That's fine. But that's not going to generate revenue for CIG. CIG's not going to...
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. They got him. They got him. He is convinced that the only way this game is going to get made is if he keeps buying ships. He's convinced. And here's the problem with that. If what he says is true, and the only way the game will finish and get funded is if he buys ships, what's going to happen when the game comes out? Are you going to keep buying ships with real money? How's the game going to make money? Because you can buy the game today. You can pay $45 and buy the game today, which is how it should make money, right? So when the game comes out, how are they supposed to keep making money? Their sole funding model is the pledge shop and ships. That is to make a game that can make money on its own. The whole premise of the Kickstarter was to give us money so that we can build a game that we can make money on and keep the game going. It has since turned into a nonstop, everlasting, perpetual ship pledge store, which the sole mechanism or the vast majority of the money that comes in is through ship sales. And a lot of these ships, especially the ones he named, the capital class ones, aren't even in the game yet. They're conceptual. They haven't even been made yet. So it's like, hey, we're making this. See this trailer? $1,500. So a large amount of their development effort comes into making ships. And that's not a sustainable business model unless the game never comes out. If the game never comes out, then you got yourself a cash cow here. This is why people are salty. This is why people are critical, because this whole business model is based on the notion that the game will never come out. Meaning that it'll never be to standard of a 1.0 game. It'll always be substandard alpha forever. And a lot of people, including me, who signed up for that back in the day, did not sign up for that. Now, the game has since turned into that. And if someone were to sign up in current year, they kind of know what they're getting into. But back then, we thought that these guys were going to be like another space sim like Elite Dangerous or something. That just was going to be funded initially, and then the game will come out. We'd get 2 games. We're like, oh my goodness, I can get 2 games. I can get Star Citizen and I can get Squadron 42 for $60. Really? That's a steal. You know, that was the thought process back then. That hasn't happened. I think that his loyalty is to this funding model being the source of development forever. And I think this was supposed to be a temporary thing. That's my point, is that the ship sales and stuff, that was supposed to be something to get the game going and get finished. And then after that, because we don't know, this is the question, guys. Come closer. Come closer. What is the business model for Star Citizen? How are they going to make money? When the game comes out, how are they going to make money? Do you know? Do you know how Star Citizen is going to make money? Neither do I. They don't either.
Develop
because they haven't told anybody.
You spend a lot of time in it, and you pay $60 to get the entrance fee. They're gonna make this game because they're gonna raise millions of dollars from people buying these ships, and some of those people, a lot of them, are what you guys call whales.
Yeah.
You can talk all the shit you want about whales, but the fact of the matter is, without the whales, there wouldn't be a video game right now. And frankly, I don't give a shit. I make real money on the outside.
His attitude changed a little bit. I think he's getting a little. The swears and the curses have come out. I think he's getting a little defensive now. The fact that the game is being made by whales is a reality, yes. I think a lot of us, including myself, say it shouldn't be that way. You have a Kickstarter. This is how this works. You have a Kickstarter. In the beginning, you set stretch goals and you set funding goals. You get that money. You use that money to make what you promise. Promises made, promises kept. What Star Citizen did was that they said, hey, not only are we going to do the things that we promised in the Kickstarter, but we're going to do all these other things that we didn't tell you about. Isn't that exciting? And we go, well, how are you going to pay for that? Through ship sales. So they flipped the script and they changed it. That's why people are salty. It's not that whales are making the game happen, because the Kickstarter was supposed to make the game happen. And I think he's glossing over that fact, and he's talking about the current state of things. Originally, this is why people are mad. Originally, they were supposed to make the game based on the money they made from Kickstarter. In theory, they shouldn't have gotten another cent. But they have since amassed $800 million, and the game is still nowhere near complete. Nowhere near complete. Now, I love Star Citizen. I've been getting into it. I've been having fun. But I'm not going to sit here and defend that pledge shop garbage. I'm not going to defend that. Heck no. Because it's wrong. It is wrong. I like the game, but that part of the game, that whole thing that they're doing, their business model, should not have happened in the first place. It shouldn't have happened.
I do a really good job making a living, and I have no problem spending the money on these ships. And it sure beats going to the casino, or some people want to spend that money on a trip to Cabo or a trip to Greece. Been there, done that, have the t-shirt. I'd rather buy a spaceship. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, enough ranting about the whales, enough complaining about the lack of a game, because the fact of the matter is there's more of a game here than there's ever been since I could remember. And I've been watching this game for a while, and I've been playing it now for 3 years. And just in the 3 years, it's spiked in its ability to be played.
That I agree with. In the last, I'd say the last 2 years, I wouldn't say 3. And I was just talking to R. Jolly about this in my other video about Elite Dangerous. The gameplay loops are becoming much more complete. The game is actually starting to look like a game. If you would have told me that this game was an alpha, I would have certain expectations. And if you look 5 years ago and you said that's an alpha, I'm like, no, it's not. That's pre-alpha. If you look at the game today, it actually feels like an alpha. It doesn't feel like a pre-alpha. It feels like an actual alpha. There's a lot of incomplete features. Some gameplay loops are there. Some skeletal things are there. It's not feature complete. It's still teetering on the pre-alpha state, but I would call it more of an alpha now than before. So that much I can agree with. The recent state of things, he says he's been playing for 3 years. He has seen that. I was playing before 3 years ago, and it was garbaje. It was that French garbage, chat. It was French garbage. It was garbaje. I'm talking falling through worlds every 10 minutes. It was really bad. So things have gotten a lot better in the past few years, but that doesn't excuse what CIG did from Kickstarter to now. If you look at the history of the entirety of the events and you analyze it, you go, okay, they shouldn't have done that. When people talk about whales and like, for whatever, criticizing whales, I don't know their intentions. I don't criticize whales. If you got disposable income, dispose of it. That's why they call it disposable income, because you're throwing it away. If you want to dispose of it on ships, then dispose of it on ships. I got no problem with that. I do have a problem with CIG monetizing and in some ways manipulating these people to continue to perpetuate a false sense of success. What we're experiencing now with Star Citizen is a perpetual failure, and they're presenting it as a perpetual success. This is a cascading failure that is being kept afloat by dudes like this. And like I said, if you want to dispose of your money, dispose of it, get rid of it. But we think it's not genuine of CIG to keep doing this, especially to the people who don't have this kind of money, who don't have this disposable income and have invested money into the game and expected a certain thing and haven't gotten it. I don't think it's fair to kick those people to the curb and say, I'm a whale. I feel like what I'm doing is helping, while ignoring those people who felt like they're not getting what they paid for. And again, this goes back to the original Kickstarter where they said they had a list of features and a list of things. If we meet this goal, we will make the game. And they didn't do that. So that alone should be enough to say, hey, what's going on? But again, I don't think he should get defensive. I mean, okay, some people out there are being obtuse. They're not being rational about this. I think some people are blaming the whales, what he's saying. But I think in general, the reality of the problem exists elsewhere. So he does have a right to defend himself because it's disposable income. Dude, you're making your money. Do what you want with it. I can agree or disagree with it, but it's your money. So dispose of it. That's why I call it disposable income. This is money after you've taken care of whatever you need to do. And that's why I respect people who can invest in hobbies and invest in stuff because they generally are not. I say generally, they're not spending money they're not supposed to be spending. They're saving. They probably got a bunch of investments. They're making millions, and they got some money to play with. They got some disposable income. Work hard to play hard. That's the goal, right? That's the saying. It's a problem with CIG. It's not whales. It's not whales.
The bugs are getting checked. A lot of those bugs were related to server bandwidth and so on. It's getting better. There are now missions and stuff that are not what I would find pretty boring stuff, like killing some worm on a planet or whatever. But those people enjoy that. There's a little bit of something for everyone. And for a guy like me who wants to just hop into a spaceship, whether it's a fighter and go out and do a bounty or a big capital ship, bring some friends, or maybe not bring some friends, and go explore this growing universe, well, that's an option too. There's no right or wrong. And as far as complaining that every time CIG sells something, it just ruins the game, well, I disagree with you, because whenever they sell something, that puts money in their coffer so that they can hire a developer. And
except when you sell insurance. Insurance kind of knocks this argument out the water, because a lot of you don't know, when you pledge for a ship, you can buy lifetime insurance. That means that when the game comes out and you die, you get the ship back for free. While the rest of us who don't have insurance, kind of like insurance in other games, we have to pay money to get the ship back. So if you take out your Idris, and let's say the insurance is like, I don't know, 150 million to get it back. Those of us who grinded for days and days and days to get our Idris, we die. PvP, whatever, it's a game. We have to come up with an additional 150 million to get that ship back. You don't. Forever. They call it lifetime insurance. And this is why there's a lot of controversy recently, because that has now been applied to ship components. With these blades that they've come out with, these AI blades that they've come out with, will have insurance. So if you put a blade on your fighter to have a bomber, to have bombs on there, to bomb stuff, and you die, you get that back for free. So when you pledge these ships, you get lifetime insurance. That means that you got insurance forever. If you don't have insurance, you got to pay in-game money to get it back. You got to pay another 150 million to get it back, whatever that Idris costs. So to me, that is something that's a problem. I don't care how you look at the funding model. I don't care how you look at pay to win. I don't care how you look at who has what. I don't care if you look at disposable income. This whole insurance thing is a problem, because that is a massive, massive advantage over everybody else. That's not showing appreciation to someone who helped develop the game. That's giving you a massive advantage over everybody else. And you're in a whole different game now. You're not playing Star Citizen, you're playing Whale Citizen, where you are essentially flying around in an indestructible ship, essentially, because you get it back for free. Whereas everybody else, us peons in Star Citizen, have to pay in-game money. We got to grind for hours to get it back. So if you take away the insurance part, I can agree with you that, hey, you should be able to pay for it and have friends and stuff, and have your friends and have fun and stuff. But as soon as insurance steps in, you're in a different game. We're in two different games now. And that's a problem.
the fact is if you have 1,000 people working for you, your payroll is pretty big. If you don't get that, then you don't get business economics. And the company it's not necessarily against the law to make a profit at this point, in my opinion.
The company's bloated, dude. They're bloated. They're massively bloated. And that's what happens when your project scope gets way out of hand and you try to take on more than what you can have. You hire too much, you pay too much, and you don't have any money. That is a failed business. Now that you say I don't know, you say these people don't know economics. That may be true, but I think that's common sense. That if you overhire and you overpay, and you don't have any money, you're doing something wrong, right? I mean, he's a successful businessman. He's got to see that. I would think he would see that the company's bloated. Because they've done all of this for 10 years plus. I don't know how long it's been exactly. And they have nothing to show for it as a final product. Any other company in any other industry, if they spent and hired and did what CIG did, they would be long gone. This company is an anomaly that should be studied for years because it is keeping itself afloat by selling JPEGs. It should be studied. It really should be studied.
Or against any moral code. They should try to make some profit. But the reality is, I don't think they're making hundreds of millions of dollars. I think they're making a handful of millions of dollars.
They're not making
anything.
anything.
They are making anything. We don't know. They could be reinvesting.
They're not making
back
anything
into the business, which is probably the smart thing
They have spent what they have brought in. They are not making any money, dude.
to do.
If anything, they're
Either way,
negative.
I'm not here to defend CIG or Chris Roberts or any of those people. I'm just saying I'm getting value for my money, and I don't need you to tell me that I'm not getting value for my money. And if you
Agreed.
don't like the direction the game's going because they sell ships and because they, sell things, I'm not going to go down the blade path. I don't give a shit personally about those blades, but, if people want to buy it, the market's the market. The free market
No.
speaks. Supply equals demand. If there's no demand for something, it disappears. And so if you
That's why people are mad at you. That's why people are mad at you. That's why they're mad at whales. What you just said, supply and demand. If you don't buy it, they won't sell it. So you're buying it and they're selling it. That is why people don't like whales in this game right now. Period. I think that is a good summary of why people are upset. That statement right there. And we say it all times in video games. It's like if companies overcharge for stuff for DLC and have predatory practices and all this stuff, if you don't buy it, if you don't engage, they won't do it anymore. The reason they keep doing it, and I said this about live service games and battle passes and loot boxes, the reason why they keep doing it is because y'all keep buying it. And that's true here. So the people that have animosity against whales, that's how they're viewing you. They're saying, if you didn't do this, they wouldn't put blades in the store. That's not me saying that. That's what they're saying because, as you just stated, supply and demand. And I think that's a discussion worth having with these people.
you want to grind for the blade, grind for the blade. If you want to buy the blade, buy the blade. In the end, we got to fund the business in order to have this game.
No. In the end, we don't have to fund the business. This goes back to what I said before. We already funded the business. We already did. We did a Kickstarter. We met every stretch goal. We already funded it. They have failed. That's why they need more money. Oh, gosh. I wish he's got to see this. He's got to see this. They're selling more ships because they need more money. We gave them enough money to make the game. They kept adding stuff to the game that I don't know why they kept adding stuff to the game. We paid for something and we didn't. Now they're adding stuff to it. Now they're in trouble. Now they need more money. And now they're selling blades on the shop. Now they're selling Atlases on the shop. Now they're selling Atlas Geos on the shop. Now they're probably going to sell missiles on the shop. A missile pack. Buy 1,000 missiles for $5. It can go all over the place because they are in trouble. We funded them already. They have been funded. What's being funded now is extra. We're in overtime. This is overtime funding. This is not what we agreed to at the Kickstarter. So we don't have to keep. I think that's where they got him. That's why I say I think they got him, because he truly believes, and I respect this guy, but he truly believes that the only way this game is going to get made is if he keeps buying ships. And on the flip side of that, everybody else is saying the game should have been made already with what we gave them already. Make the game. And in businesses, that's when somebody swoops in like an EA or a Microsoft and they go, all right, it's time to clean house. We've given you long enough. Cut that, you're fired. Cut this, cut that. We don't need that feature. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. We're going to cut this. We're going to do that. Game's coming out in a year. Bye. That's why these people come in, and that's why these companies come in, and these big companies come in, and they get a game back on track, because this is going to be perpetual. If nothing changes at CIG, they're going to keep selling ships until this guy and other whales like him see the light and go, wait a minute. My 20,000 in ships has turned to 40,000, and where's the game? Where's the game? Where's the game? Oh, man. We funded them already. They're funded.
And at some point, maybe they can go to a subscription model like World of Warcraft. I don't think that's going to be enough. It may be. Depends on how far you want this game to go.
How are they going to fund it? I want him to ask himself this. How is CIG going to fund this game when it comes out? If it's not ship sales, because that's what they do now, how are they going to fund it? I really want to know his answer to that.
Anyways, that's my 2 cents.
I want to know too.
Leave a comment either way. Thank you.
Man, that's crazy. $20,000. That's a lot of money to spend on Star Citizen. I get where his ability or his need to be defensive is, because he's enjoying this hobby and he's spending a lot of money on it, and it's his prerogative to do that. And that's a perspective. That's a perspective that you can have. But realistically, you have to look at this thing. You have to look at this thing from a certain perspective and say, hey, objectively, no emotion, no investment, and say, where is this going? Where is this business going? What are they going to do in the future? Because at this point, it's an investment. It's not even a video game anymore. This is like a stock. Like I'm not going to give you guys any more money if you're just going to squander it. So you've got to look at it like that. You got to say, what are you guys doing? And a lot of people are looking at this and going, well, the whales are carrying the game, and CIG is rewarding the whales with all this crazy stuff, like insurance and now AI blades, and what does that leave the regular player who dropped $45 or $60 or $100, even $1,000, like $500 to $1,000? Somebody who dropped that much money, where does that leave them? They don't have nearly as much as an advantage in the game than the whale does. And when the game comes out, if things stay the same, the whales are going to have a massive advantage everywhere. It is pay to win. When you've got insurance, when you've got lifetime insurance, and it takes me 2 weeks, I don't know, a month to grind an Idris, and my Idris blows up, and I got to grind another month to get an Idris, and you just pop out of the hangar with another one. If that ain't an advantage, I don't know what is. So you can't just ignore that insurance thing when you're talking about pledge ships. Now, if you're talking about just starting with the ship and, on day one, that's a slight advantage, but it's depreciative. It's going to go away once your ship blows up. When you got unlimited insurance, your ship's never going away. Big difference. A big difference. And then you got to talk about supply and demand. It's like, dude, if you weren't spending $20K, they wouldn't be doing it. That's why people are really salty against whales, because whales encourage companies to be predatory. They do. We saw it in the free-to-play market all the time. When these mobile games put these egregious things up for sale, like buying XP and buying just like totally imbalanced purchases. If whales just keep buying that stuff, they're going to keep building games like that, and they're predatory. They don't work for the person that can only spend $5 to $10 a game. So that makes the gaming experience bad overall. That's where you having disposable income to meet your hobby can ruin it for somebody else. And from his perspective, he can't see that. You are enabling companies to be jerks. That's what this whole whale thing's about. You are enabling the company to be jerks. And we don't like companies to be jerks. See you next video. Warrior B, thanks for the sub. Appreciate you, dude. 50 months. Thank you, man. That's not loud. What do you mean? Golly, y'all keep doing this. Can't take y'all nowhere. How does SC's insurance differ from Elite's? When you buy a ship in Elite with money, you can rebuy your ship free forever. Currently, there's no insurance in Star Citizen, but when it comes out, it's going to be like Elite. So if you buy a ship for 100 million credits or whatever in Star Citizen, and then you die, you got to pay a certain amount of money to get it back. You got to pay, I don't know, 2 million, 3 million, 5 million, a percentage. Because that's how Elite is, right? Elite has buyback. So you're going to have to either pre-purchase insurance. I think they're going to have pre-purchase insurance with Star Citizen, where you can buy a certain amount of insurance for a certain amount of credits. I'm not talking about real money. All of this is in-game money. You pre-purchase insurance, or when your ship dies, I think you have to buy a whole new ship or something like that. I think it's more akin to EVE Online than it is Elite Dangerous's. Because in EVE Online, if you die and you don't have insurance, you lose it. You got to buy a whole new ship. I think that's how Star Citizen is going to be. Is that if you die and you don't have insurance, you got to buy it back with credits. But if you pledge a ship and you get unlimited insurance with real money, if you pledge a ship with real money and you got unlimited lifetime insurance, no matter what, when the game comes out, if you die, you get that ship back. You ain't got to pay nothing. So that's the issue, is that when you buy a ship in the pledge shop and you get insurance, you don't have to worry about insurance. You don't have to worry about in-game insurance at all. You just get the ship. You just get the ship. You just get it. I gotta sneeze. And that's a huge advantage, especially when you talk about capital class ships. Because capital class ships are going to arguably be many hundreds, maybe even close pushing $1 billion. So we're talking insane amounts of money in game. So your insurance could be 100, maybe 200 million. It's not going to be a drop in the bucket. So yeah. That's my take on this guy's thing. Yeah. They should have gotten boarding breaching in before the capital ships. Yeah. True. All right, how many videos was that? That 3? $130. That 3 videos? That one, that 2, 3. Oh, it's 4 videos. Okay, that's good. I don't need to record no more videos. 4 is good. 4 is very good. I hope y'all having a good Friday. If you didn't know, later on we're going to be watching the Summer Game Fest at 5 p.m. Eastern. That's in about 4 or 5 hours. 4 hours, 4.5 hours. And we're going to play Dune until then. Dune / Gray Zone Warfare. I've been live for almost 2 hours now, and I haven't played a single video game. I think I'm becoming a professional streamer. It's such a fun detective moment when you're doing stuff at the site and then Solo Idris shows up. Yeah. Yeah, R. Jolly was asking me earlier, is Star Citizen a game to play solo? And I told him, yeah. That's how a majority of us play in this community. There's a lot of fun to be had solo. Mining, bounty hunting, hauling, CZs, conflict zones, which is like first-person shooter stuff, salvaging. It is a very solo-friendly game, much to the detriment of some people. Some people think it's too solo-friendly. It is very solo-friendly. All right, chat. I'm going to make some coffee. I'm going to come back. Give me like 5-10 minutes. I'm going to make some coffee because I got to boil some water. And then we're going to get into Dune. Let me at least launch the screen here. I think Kick is going to probably throw me in just chatting or something. They just automatically change my categories over there. There's another update on Dune. I've already updated today. Oh, it's a small update. All right, 2 updates today then. Your driver is too old. Liar! Thirsty too. I gotta get some water. I drink this. It's all gone. Empty. Yeah, bigger cup. Currently running bunkers with a vulture. Pick clean all the ships and take out the baddies. So you're a junker. Base junker. Heck yeah. Does it compile shaders every time? Yep, that's enough for my camera to freeze. Yep. All the shaders made my camera go, no. That freeze frame. Please come back. Don't do this to me. Come back, camera. Come back, camera. Oh. Dang it. There he is. Yeah. Well, that's a problem. Is this outside the zone or something? That's a problem. Yeah, I think I kind of got out of the zone here. Yep. While my wall degraded. I moved my base. I was wondering if that was going to happen. I fixed. All right, chat. I'll be right back. Found one of those Shogun looking helmets last night. Ooh, sweet. Sweet. Alrighty, we're back. Thanks for waiting. So I have my base kind of disappeared. I think it's because of I replaced it, and I think part of I replaced the marker thing. I think part of the base was outside of the border, so it deteriorated. What'd you miss? Oh, nothing. I haven't done anything. Just getting started. So I just had to move a couple things and put down some doors, and that fixed it. So the first thing I want to do is I want to craft a shield today. I need a shield. Where's that? Yeah. That's not it. I have power pack too. Cause my power, I still have the improvised power pack. Still have that one. But I did research it. There it is. Ultimate Shield Mark II. So I need particle capacitors. We got to find some particle capacitors. I think they said that those were, they tell you where they are. Imperial testing stations. So I don't know if there's an Imperial testing station in this this zone sucks, by the way. I don't know if this is just like a challenge mode, but this area sucks to get around. So I think I might go explore up here to the northwest and see if it's a little better up here, and see if there's some testing zones up there too. Because there's no testing zones here. The only testing zone I know about is further south. We did that. Where was that testing zone at? That was one of the missions. There it is. Got a little microscope on it. Imperial testing station number 2. I mean, that's an option too. I can go back south again. If I'm going back south, I'm going to take this route here. Go boom, 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 boom. And then cut across here and hope a worm doesn't kill me. Because if it do, that's why I'm hesitant to go back down there. I got worm fear. Oh, there we go. Oh no, that's a wreck. Okay. The best way down. I guess I can just go due east, because there's some stuff here that I haven't seen yet. Let's do that. First off, gotta clear out our baggage. And fill up our water too. We got a couple water bottles now. 15K. Copper, iron. Fix that. Salvage metal. We got the plant fiber for the bandages. Got the bike batteries. I'll take one of these just in case I run out of fuel. Buoyant Reaper. What's the benefit of this one? I figured out how to get water from this Reaper thing now. With the dew. Deciphers a portion of the Holtzman field that powers the collection of dew to lighten the dew Reaper itself, allowing for easier swing, lighter load, and more efficiency in the long run. Oh, okay. It requires spice-infused steel dust, which I ain't got. I might try one of these guns. This one's 80 RPM rate of fire, 98 per shot. Let's take this. I might like this. Where did I put it? Construction. That's not. 4. It's a shotgun? It's a shotgun. Okay. Scatter guns. I'll keep one of these empty in case I come across some dew. All right, we'll go east now. Take them long. So we're gonna go east, crossed over there, and see if we can find an easier way down there. Southeast. You. All right, I got riff. Easy. Lap it.
Thank you.
Not sure what I'm looking at. Well, I finally built a repair center. I'm able to repair these things I find. They just cost copper. There's like no copper anywhere where I'm at. What is all this? The zone change. Oh, peace. Okay. You're friendly. Peace. I don't know what this is, but it's peaceful, so who cares? House the Vet's representative. Oh, that's a house I can join. I get it. Okay. Thought they were going to shoot me. Hugging the rocks. Now, how you know the best time to harvest the dew? Because I just keep running up to it and it's just like it'll say optimal harvest sometimes and other times it won't say that. Cross. Like I don't know if there's a clock or anything. Hit T when it's in the blue areas, I think. So they like glow or something? He shows the clock. Oh, okay. I see. Okay. Why don't I see a clock? Shield, power, heat protection. Like half a clock in the right hand corner. Oh, at the top. Top right. I see. So when it's in the blue, that's when you can harvest. Okay. I see. Which is about to happen. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Give me that dude, boy. Come here. Come here. I need a better power pack like yesterday. Or do harvest time. Oh no, I missed it. It just went out of the blue. I'm gonna get it anyway. Rip, it's gone. Copper? Don't mind if I do. Hey, where's this place? Over here? Ooh. I'm not in the sun? What do you mean? I am now. Trying to burn me up for nothing. Hi.
Easy there. Let's just make sure everyone is friends before we close the distance. So hey,
How's Hirata? I don't know where this testing station is. To find it. That I entered when I came over here, but I don't see anything. Oh wait, I just saw the wreck down here. Probably the entrance is over here. Oh, don't jump down! No, 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 no. They're probably right there. I can toss some nades. God dang it. Stop. Get warmed up. Give me your stuff. Done hot, for real. How are you living through that? Can't wait till I get a better gun. This thing has been outdated for so long. Give me your stuff. Someone brought up a good point. I forgot who I was watching. They said that. They said this game is once human if it had a good IP. They're like, yeah, if once human had a good IP to work behind, it would be this game. I don't think once human has like ornithopters though. How are you alive? Y'all just be cheating. A good time, what I do should be dead. Good and time well. It remains to be seen if I think it's better than Once Human, because I still feel like I'm in the early game. And these types of games are usually determined by the mid to end game.
Welcome to Imperial Desert Botanical Testing Station number 10. I am Dr. Silas Greenish, director of this facility. Our goal at DBTS-10 is to find and develop flora using science.
Give me your money. Jerk. Yeah, I definitely need to upgrade my armor again. I just upgraded, but I don't think I upgraded enough. I think I'm gonna go with like heavy armor. I'm not gonna go with the steel suits anymore for a while and see if it makes a difference. Although the armor on this steel suit is pretty good. This is the second level steel suit. The armor's not bad on this. I'm gonna run out of space, aren't I? Before I get any of the stuff I need. Oh, this is the stuff I need right here. Particle capacitors. Those are what I need right there. That's why we're here. My coffee going. Got some fruit. Wife has made me her world famous coffee. Honestly, I'm kind of shocked you had space and inventory to start with. Listen, okay? I am a player of a video game, all right? So, the end. Ooh. Oh, crap. I hate the slow one. Hard to parry that one. I can parry the fast ones. I guess you have to look at the animation. Oh my gosh. This feels like For Honor for some reason. Pixel Hoarder. I'm tickling them, dude. Oh, I need a better gun. I'm gonna burn through all of my bandages. I got 25. I'm about to burn through all of them. If I can craft some more. $20. Oh, full on blood already? Oh, good. I filled up 4 containers. Maybe I can craft. Oh, I need I need scrap metal to craft blood container, don't I? At least a small one. I have salvage metal. Shut up. I usually don't carry salvage metal on me. I must have looted it. I gotta say though, the game's got good bones. So it's got a good foundation, I think. So I don't think I'm gonna hate it. Why are you shining? Like a moth to the flame. I think it's gonna be one of those games where I gotta dive into the mid and end game to make a final decision. Oh, I parried that. Oh, we got friends. Hey. Twins. Herp. Come on, give me the things. Yes! Particle accelerators, we got 9. I'm gonna need a lot of those things. I'm probably gonna be coming back here again once it respawns. Which I still don't know how long that takes. Pretty sure that's what that guy's doing. I wish I had a sword. Wish I had a sword. I'm gonna make one. I can make a green sword, but I'm saving my mats. Yeesh. Where did they all come from? Just died for the first time ever. That's my first time ever dying. I mean, non-worm, of course. There's just like 5 people just came out of nowhere. Alright, where am I gonna spawn though? Checkpoint. Okay, that's how you know. Unforgiving world. Death here is costly. Items in your backpack can be recovered from your death location. You lose everything if you are killed from a sandworm or a storm. Wait. Seems like I didn't lose anything.
Welcome to Imperial Desert Botanical Technique.
Huh? It says your backpack stuff are lost, but I seem to have everything. Did you just lie to me in a video game? Is it just the stuff you looted? No, I got my particle capacitors. I don't know. Maybe they gave me a freebie. Like they gave me that bike that one time for dying to the worm. Yeah, you don't want to die to worms and you don't want to die to the storm. Those are things. That's where you lose stuff. Hey, there's my body. Take all. What is this? It's like a percentage. So it took like a percentage of it. Oh boy. Oh, time to get full. Okay, I get it now. It takes a percentage. That's fair. And I just filled up my blood bag. Number 5. We're not that heavy. Can I craft another one? Oh no, I don't have any more salvage metal. These bodies disappear fast too, dude. Make sure I loot everything. The bodies disappear really fast in this game. Like, I'm talking like, it feels like a minute. I'm not even kidding. I'm the man. That's still his kill? No, I didn't. I still know what the spice kebabs do. Yes. Particle capacitors. Where are my detonators? Something else down here?
Mikhail, it's clear we need more people with mechanical expertise if we are to meet the quotas set by the
Yes.
resources.
Yes. Loot.
We can't handle anything more complicated than Trigger. They can be our skilled men and our muscle, but we need skilled hands. So you and I will need to do some recruiting. There are plenty like us who have chosen to leave the service of the great houses. We must find those.
Oh man, I'm gonna be stuffed in a bit.
Experience. That includes former Atreides troopers. Yes, I know. Bad blood.
That was a good nade. I hate that. Just saying. Now I have the stank on me. Stamina drain. This stinky stamina drain.
Here are this week's notes from working anti-dust filtration systems are in high demand in Erakeen. Those from one-man ground cars are valuable, but larger units
Just
from sealed system ground
give me
cars and
more.
ornithopters
More of the delicious loot. Now that I know what the loot is for.
custom fabricated
It's
units
good
are
time,
too
yes.
easy to trace. The dealers won't touch them.
Give
Make
me
sure
all
our
the
acquisition
things.
agents are aware of this. The market for scrap metal is nearly glutted because of competition from scavengers in the Hogger Basin. But there is still a strong market for copper, aluminum, and plasteel components. To break down larger mechanisms to acquire new materials. Do not forget to pass on last week's tallies as soon as you have completed them.
Him? Okay. Did he just... Oh, I thought he yoinked out of here. Yoinkers! All the loots. Gimme, 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 gimme. So many particle accelerators. I have 19 of them now. I can craft exactly 4 things. Catch it, dude. The slow blade penetrates the shield, but looks down. Captain Picard line in Dune movie. Ooh. Water. What happens if you accidentally hit that other player? Nothing. There's no PvP yet. Once you hit endgame, that's when the PvP kicks in. Okay, now I can get some more blood bags.
I cannot believe this. It's an outrage. An academic outrage.
Craft another one. Water. So they're gonna have a zone called the deep desert, I think. There's gonna be a PvP based zone for this end game. And I won't be seeing it for a very long time. Honestly, if I don't play this game like a lot, I probably won't ever see it. Akin to getting to like endgame in an MMO. Heal kit, nice. I gotta start crafting heal kits more so than the bandages. Heal kits do a lot more. Is this the boss? Ow. Oh crap! I didn't know I was that low. I'm poisoned. Oh no. Somebody's got poison. And they're making me stink. Over here, stink. Over here, stink. I'm stank. Ow! I hate this game.
Welcome to Imperial Desert Botanical Testing Station number 10.
Yeah, I need more armor. I need like a lot more armor. This is crazy. These guys are like one shot me, and then with that poison on top, I didn't have a chance. So the stuff that I'm farming here, the materials, I should be able to get a better armor though. That's good. This is a long run back. Oh my goodness. I wonder if that poison guy was a boss. Wait, I didn't loot this. Oh no. Forgot which way to go. There are stairs down somewhere? Oh, here we go. Very subtle little corner there. Boy. Told you this was a long run. Holy crap. Ow! Okay, I'm out. Bye. 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 Sorry, Ken. I can't play right now. I don't want to die again. That's a long run. Wow, 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 wow. Ooh, Codenif hitting the button. Thanks for the streak. Oh, crap. What's that knockback? That's not him, is it? No, it's not. Yeesh. Yeesh. Loot, please. There's my backpack. The winner takes all. I don't know where to go. I guess we're going down, 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 down. I guess we're going down, 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 down. I guess we're going down, 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 down. I guess we're going down. Whee! Ooh. Oh, I'm getting so many from here. This is a good farm, dude. They respawn? Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. That might have been the boss right there, chat. I didn't get credit for killing the boss. That's a short respawn timer. I agree. If that's the boss, I don't know. I gotta feel I'm a healer. I don't know if that's him or not. Ah! I just hurt myself. In a healer. I might not be able to kill him, to be honest with you. Looks like I can lure him out. Oh, he got me. He got me in the stink. This hurts. This hurts a lot. This mega hurts. This giga hurts. I don't think I'm coming back here. No, go, 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 go. So many bandages. So many bandages. Come out here and fight me. Fight me. Very good. Yes. Yes. That wasn't a boss. I'm sad. Why? That wasn't a boss? Like, who the deuce am I supposed to kill? Ooh. Make sure I loot everything. Hear me?
We're finally getting some sort of order out on the shop floor. The men are generally
That's the first time for everything. We'll figure it out.
We've really been hampered by the crappy state of our tools, though. Those scavengers that we evicted may have been content to use this junk, but we'd do a lot better if we could upgrade our cutters and power packs. These museum pieces are constantly malfunctioning, and their cooldown times are obscene. The men are idle too often, and that's not good for this bunch.
Oh, maybe the boss is somewhere else. Maybe I should have followed that guy. Go this other way. Pretty sure that's where I came from. Yeah. There is another way. Oh, this is a dead end.
TTS chat sponsored by a Pink Sophia has begun. 1 hour. Thanks.
Happy Friday, everyone.
Happy Friday yourself, you beautiful. What's this? Power pack. Ooh, MK1. Switch. Don't mind if I do. I was gonna make one of those.
Bona. Happy Friday.
Oh, we got a lot of stuff though. How many did we get? 39 particle capacitors. I need a lot to craft things that I need. I'm content with leaving now. I don't need to finish this boss right now. It's just a side contract anyway, so if I don't kill him now, I'm okay with that. And it's not that hard to get over here either, so. Not too difficulties. The green light, want to loot. All right, I wonder if anybody's writing guides for this game. They're gonna make a killing, by the way. They do. Because I need a guide on where this guy spawns. Because I was just sure that one of those gun dudes was him. And it was not. It was indeed not him. And this is a huge dungeon. Listen, let me tell you something that's going to be underrated about this game. Is the size. Like, this underground area is incredibly massive. And it's underground. Ooh. So once we get to like Apparently, the deep desert area is like 5 times the size of GTA 5. Something stupid like that. Okay, I'm lost. I shouldn't have done that that grapple. Because now I have no idea where I'm at. This seems familiar. Yeah. I don't want to get turned around and go back where yep, I think that's what's happening. I was going back where I came from. We're not gonna do that. Thankfully, I'm good on water. Dude, that sickle is a must-have. To harvest the dew, you get so much water from that. What's in here? All right, I looted that. You get so much water from just like harvesting the dew flowers. Almost a full like water container's worth.
Do you this will ever have controller support?
I don't know. I don't know how Funcom is. I guess we'd have to look at Conan. If we look at Conan Exiles and see what they did with that, I don't know if they'll have controller support for this.
At Pink Sapphire, happy Friday, Pink.
Don't know. Good question. Actually, a good question.
Attention, all of you. Yesterday in Harkov Village, Crystal referred to me as Iman Brahila.
If you see me jump while I'm looting, it's because spacebar loots. So if I'm not exactly in range, I'm just gonna do a random jump.
Make sure every one of you hears this message and understands it. Crystal will not be returning to us. There will be an auction for his gear.
All right, that guy is a sign you have made it to the entrance. Welcome to the facility. Here we will do experiments which will greatly benefit mankind in the video game. Hello. You guys respawned apparently. So many dudes. You lived through it. Tell no one. So gun parts, I didn't think I needed those, but apparently you do. I think they're mostly used for repairs. Oh, here you come. Know that. No, I want to do that first. There we go. I parried that. Let it be known. I did parry that. Y'all can lie to me all you want to. Man, I cannot imagine coming in here with my old still suit. Because I'm getting wrecked by these guys in the new still suit. Okay, see if we can get home now. Perhaps I'll take you to my home. Okay. We got a... I'm running.
At Warwick _. Thank you.
At Pink Sapphire, you're welcome. How have you been?
Maybe with some luck someone smarter than me will figure out a Steam preset of Xbox controllers.
You know, now that you say that, they may have already. Quite possible. Okay, let's get a marker here.
At Warwick_been blessed, so blessed. Thanks for asking. Hope you and yours are fantastic.
Perfect. I'm feeling a little bit more confident in traveling, but I'm trying not to get too confident. I don't want a worm to eat me again.
At Pink Sapphire, I'm glad to hear it. You deserve all the blessings. The family and I are doing all right.
Sweet. Ooh, ooh. That would have been a no. Oh. Okay. Oh, is it dew o'clock? Kinda is.
We're so glad to hear that.
I can cross here. I kind of can't. Let's get off of this. We'll hoof it. Around here. We gotta go to those rocks to go home. So, babe, what do you think? You think you play this after looking at it? Me and my wife have been having discussions about whether she wants to play this, so she's unsure. It seems like a good looting exploration game, but I think that's the strengths of it for her. She likes certain types of
Pink
games.
Sapphire Bona Love. I think so.
Yeah. The good news is that we do have themed family share on here, so when I'm not playing this, she can play off of my account, so that's good. Did it do o'clock? Kinda not.
Buana, you'll be pleased to know I was rocking my Buana cap last weekend during my time in Savannah. Perks of cutting my hair again. Lol.
LOL! Yay! Thanks, man, for rocking the Buana cap. I'm coming up with some new designs in my brain. I'm gonna put some on the merch shop very soon.
Lol.
You guys don't know what he's talking about. This is a Buana cap. We got ATB caps. We got all kinds of stuff. Shop.buana.tv. How do I get where I'm going? Ooh. The thing popped up there.
Merchandise.
Moich. Moich. Stamina regening. Anybody here want to play a video game? Oh, there you are. I'm coming in.
Excellent. I'd love to get my hands on some new merch.
Pigs insurance. Y'all ain't got no mines in here, do you? Mine? I don't have any room. Nor. Okay. We gotta drop some ore or something. Yeah, let's drop that. X. Keeping the copper though. I got a lot. What? Still full after dropping that ore? Can you sort by weight? Newest volume. Okay, here we go. Oh, these fuel cells. We can drop that. Oh, yeah, that was a lot. That was a lot. That was a lot of fuel cells. Sheesh. And now that I got space, we can make a blood sack. Wait, why are you paused? Resume. Oh, slot-wise, I'm full. Ew, brother. I don't want to drop anything else. So I'm not going to. I'm dropping that. Should be a blood bag being crafted now. Resume. Hey, there we go. The bodies are going to disappear. Hurry. Flat. I need this water pretty bad. No, it disappeared. Dang it. Far. It disappeared. All right, so we got to go northwest to go home. Am I going to have room to... Hold on, let me drink. 5. I think I can still get some dew. Kinda. Think. Yeah, we're kind of coming up on dew o'clock. It's like blue up there. Wait, where am I at? Is that friendly? Yeah, it's friendly. Friendly? Friendly? I need to harvest some dew for water. We. How's doing? It's okay. Oh no. I kind of miss Gray Zone. Okay, not kinda. I really miss Gray Zone. Not even a kinda in that one. That I definitely miss Gray Zone. Gray Zone Warfare. Kind of cool. I put up a tweet talking about how much I liked it, and the devs liked the tweet. I was like, "Aw, aw, aw." Is Gray Zone better than Dune? No, I can't compare those two. You got a survival game and you got a tactical shooter. Those are apples and transmission fluid.
Thank you.
Oh, it's almost due o'clock. Getting home just in time. There's my home. So if you look at the top right, Jagma's taught me this. There's a clock at the top right, and it says it has like a little dial. You see that little blue notch? That's the optimal time to harvest the dew. And the dew is like these misty areas here. You can come here with a sickle and harvest the dew and get a lot of water. So it's getting close to that. And I settled in a good spot because there's like 5 dew patches here. I just wish I would have put my big base here, not my small one. Okay, we got a lot to unload. Yeesh! All right, let's do the blood first. Do this one. Okay, we gotta drop some water in here too. Deposit water. So now my containers are empty. Okay. I've got to organize my stuff. Right now, it's not very organized. It's actually very unorganized. Gun parts I do have there. I guess we can put the... What's the other thing? Is gun parts and some other part thing. Armor plating. We can put that in there. Oh, I got armor plating there. Dang it. Armor plating here. Oh, wait. Gun parts are in here, too. I got dupes. And we got some mechanical machinery. And we got silicone blocks. We have some of this powder. Flour sand. Which is very useful, by the way. And I got my... Oh, I got a full fuel cell. I don't know where I got that from. No idea. Blade parts. That's the other thing. Blade parts. Okay, blade parts go in there. And I just moved a Sandbike PSU MK3. Which is probably going to be useful. And this silicone block. Now, it should be dew o'clock. Oh, it's not dew o'clock. Not dew o'clock yet. We got a little bit longer. All right, we can put our copper in there. And now we got these things. We got particle capacitors and we've got advanced servox. Yes. I don't know where I'm put the silicone blocks though. Guess I'll just throw them in this new one. But this is, I got a bigger chest now. So I can craft these. So I'm eventually going to replace all of those with these. But these take iron and iron takes water. Yeah. Yes. So while we do have a lot of water cooking, and we got, yeah. So it's slowly going up, and this is almost full too. So we're doing decent on water, but if I craft a stack of iron, all that water is gone. Okay, it's almost dew o'clock. Let's get ready. Get prepared to harvest the dew. There's one back here, and then there's like one over there, and I think there's one on that side too. So I've got a really good spot for harvesting the dew. Oh, there's one there too. I should go backwards, huh? Do this. Only one harvest spot there. And one there as well. I wonder how they spawn. Alright, close enough. Let's get started. Okay, where's the one harvest spot I saw? Where is it? Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Optimal dew harvest time. Perfect. That's 300 I got from that one. Yes. Another 180. I did what? And where? I did? Oh well. Sorry. One extra for all of us. So we've already filled up one of those containers. All of that. I don't know. I don't remember if there's one over there or not. Hey, yo, William, chill. Okay, there's some up there too. I think we're past due o'clock. He's gonna tell me up here. Poor due harvest time. Yep, we're past due o'clock. It's alright. But we got some. It's a very short period, but I filled up one container and almost a second one. But you can get better sickles to harvest faster. I think once I do that, then it'll be better. Can you warm this up again too? Like I was fighting. Yeah, I just didn't drink it. I was fighting and got preoccupado. Where them worms at? I don't want to see no worms. You can keep them. All right, quick deposit is F. I don't have any power. All right, cool. So now that we've got all those particle things, I should be able to craft a bunch of things. Oh, I got a shield? When did I get a shield? Oh, I must have picked that up. Repair station. Where's my repair station? I just made one. Wait, did it get dyed when I... Oh, I think it got dyed. I had up against a wall that was gone. I lost my repair station, dude. That was a lot of iron. When I came back, half my base was gone. It was like it deteriorated because I unclaimed it and then I reclaimed my base, but I don't think I got the borders right. So when I came back, it was like half gone. So now, now I've got to remake it. I don't think I have enough iron for it. It sucks. Oh man, I need 40 ingots for that again. All right, let's do the important stuff first. I want to do heavy armor. This is green heavy armor though, and it's gonna use plant fiber. Oh, plasteel. I might not have enough for the plasteel. Oh, and I'm gonna need iron. Oh my goodness, dude. All right, I guess we're making iron anyway. How many can I make? 70. Let's make 35 for now. They eat so much water, dude. Okay, and then we'll make an armor set, and then hopefully I can make a new weapon, a new gun. I think I did research one. Yeah, the standard. I think I have I have this one right here. I have standard Karpov 38. There should be a standard GRDA. That's a scatter gun. I think there's a standard Karpov 38 too. Hold on, let me check. Let me check research. I have 8 points. I might be able to get it. Standard. Yep, there it is. Costs 5 points. I need mechanical parts.
Where do I get mechanical parts?
I can wait and craft a steel one. Artisan Karpov 38. Just 10 points. Not that many materials. It's just 14. Yeah, it's not that many. I'll do this one first. Okay. So now I gotta find mechanical parts on top of that other stuff. I really need to get This sucks, though. I lost my repair station. I just realized that. Because I could have repaired this shield here and this gun that I found with that repair station. Huh? Thank you. I needed it. Needed it hot. Good news, I got a lot of blood from that mission because I'm about to eat through all this water. All right, should be able to start on the armor now. Start with the head wrap and work our way down. Okay, I'm not gonna have enough plasteel. I only have 10, and I spent money on that because I didn't find a great house run yet, shipwreck, but there is one here, so we can go on a shipwreck run and get some of this plasteel. But I think I'm gonna try to do the chest first. I think that's gonna be the best piece, and that's. I think they're all 6 plasteel, right? No, that's 3, 5, 3, and 6. Plant fiber I got. Armor plating I should have. Iron ingots. I'm probably gonna need to. The iron to farm some more iron. Yeah. I've been slacking on that. All right, so let's find a shipwreck. I think there was one to the south. Part of the quest, right? No. Complex machinery. Isn't there a shipwreck here? Whoa, when did that all get... I don't remember discovering this. I guess I went a little north there. What zone are we in? Vermilius Gap? There we go. The wreck. There it is. Okay, so we'll go to this wreck and farm it and see if we can get some of the plasteel stuff that we need. What do I need? We have bandages. We don't have a lot. I should craft some more. Let's craft about 20 more. How many nuggets? One. Told me that was hot. I got it. 8 here. Okay, so we got 8 of those coming. Fuel cell, welding torch. I don't have a welding kit or some welding wire. Oh, we got spice food on me. Okay, 180 darts. That should be good. Man, I might just make a gun now. I'm so sick of this crappy gun I have. Can I make it now? Can't. I still need the mechanical parts. This gun is so bad. I can make the shield though. Ooh. Craft. We're doing that now. The shield I have now is about to break. Where is it? Yeah. Wait, that's a Mark III? Well, I may have just wasted my time. This is a Mark II. Darn it, I thought they were the same. I should keep the Mark III on. Suspensor belt. That's what I should have crafted, honestly, though.
So shields don't totally block bullets in this, yeah?
I don't know. I don't know the details and specifics of how much bullet they block. I do know I need him. Because my defense is horrible right now. I need some more protection. I can make a leap suspensor belt. And this is a passive suspensor belt, so that one's better. I wasted those particle capacitors by crafting that other thing. I feel really dumb about that. All right, we'll upgrade that one. I guess I can use the Mark II until I can get this repaired. And I'm working on getting the iron for my repair station now. I can make this now. I can't make it now. We need a little bit more iron. 15 more. We're getting there. Just my weapons suck, man. Desperately need to upgrade. I upgraded my steel suit, so I got the second tier of the steel suit. Although I researched the third tier. But I think I'm just gonna switch to heavy armor completely. We're gonna get rid of the steel suit and just go heavy armor.
So only way to get a better weapon is to upgrade it?
Well, you have to research a better one and then craft it. So I've already researched this one. It's called the Karpov 38. That's the one I'm using. It's a copper product. So I want this iron product one, which is called a standard Karpov 38. So it's like the next tier up. And then after that,
So you
is the
can't
steel
find one?
So you can't find one. No, I have to research it, and then I have to craft it. So I researched it already, but I don't have the materials to craft it. I'm missing mechanical parts to craft it. So you don't have to find it. You just have to research it and then craft it.
I just meant, can you find one?
Yeah, I can. Yeah. But I haven't.
I thought that was the way shields in Doom worked because they were kinetic shields and anything over a certain speed was blocked, hence the hand-to-hand combat.
In theory, yeah. If they work like the Doom movies and books, they should block all bullets to a certain degree. I know in the AI, when I shoot them and they got shields, they don't do nothing to them. Like those dudes that come running at me with the shields, I can shoot them all day and nothing happens. I don't know if that's true for us, because I'm thinking PvP. Right? They probably got to balance that around PvP or something. I don't know. So I'm not going to make any assumptions. I'm just going to say I don't know, because I don't know. But that's the way they're supposed to work, yeah. Don't die this time, repair station. My goodness. All right, so I can repair. I got 2 of these now. Repair this Mark III shield. Cobalt paste. That requires steel. Ew. It's worth though. Mark III shield is better than what I can. You can find better stuff that you can currently research when you're out and about, you know, doing stuff, but it's usually broken. And before I had this repair station, I just used it until it broke.
I see.
Oh, wait. Well, I just told a fibrillation. Turns out they won't let me repair this because I don't know the recipe. I can still find it and use it, but I can't repair it until I know the recipe, which means research.
Boo.
Where the shields at? Okay, I could research it now if I had 10 intel points. There it is. That's the Mark III right there, but I haven't researched it yet. All right, well, that's fine. Oh, wait. If I do 10 iron ingots, I can do a sword upgrade. Rip water. Yeah, I definitely need a sword upgrade. So we can get a standard sword instead of our broken knife that we got now. Gotta wait for this iron to finish. Taking this time. Chat, in about an hour and a half, we're going to be watching the Summer Game Fest presentation. If you're watching over on YouTube, I'm going to be ending the YouTube stream when I watch that because I don't think I have permission to stream it on YouTube. So I encourage you to come over to either Twitch or Kick at 5 p.m. That's in about an hour and a half. One more. Craft. Perfect. Okay. I'm gonna use. Oops. I'm gonna use the broken one because it's better until it breaks. the Mark III. Okay, so we need to go down to this wreck. So we got to ride our bike along this line. Stay out of the sand so the worm don't eat us in the face. That means we got to go towards... Let's actually mark this first. Let's go... Actually, let's go here. So we'll go straight down this way and then go that way. So we can stay off the sand. Grab some more. These... Wait, is it due o'clock? Oh, it's almost due o'clock. Ew. I want to do. I'm gonna do. Even though it's not optimal.
Feels like so many resources.
I'm gonna do, even though it's not. Listen, I'm doing now. Before due harvest time. Shut up! I gotta go. Run out of power too. I need a better power source. Power pack MK1. I need to upgrade that. Dude, this thing will be full if I was in optimal due harvest time. Crap. Again. Free water, man. Not sure how this works. Do I have to hold it down the whole time? Or can I let it go? Oh no, I'm full. I'm spilling water. Alright, so both of my water containers are full. Sweet. People building freaking mansions over here. Alright, we're gonna go south. Our sword. Don't remember where they spawn out here. Okay, that is the wave, or the whatever it's called, the main station. So there's a chance that Arc Raiders might come out today, because the devs, when they made the finals, they did a reveal during Summer Game Fest, or one of Game Fest, and then they dropped it right after it. So everybody's like assuming, ooh, another thing. Everybody's assuming that they're going to do the same thing with Arc Raiders. I don't want them to do that, because I got to play other games.
They like their shadow drops, huh?
Yeah, they do. So I don't. I listen. I don't. They don't. They no. Just don't. I got Gray Zone to play. Like, while I'm having fun with this, I got Gray Zone in the back of my brain. You know? What is that? Oh, it's over there.
Well, we have had one awesome shadow drop this year.
Why not another?
Talk to me like that. This map trolling me. Is it underneath me? Oh, there it is. I just saw a little glimmer of the door. Okay, there we go. These things are well hidden, dude. Right. Oh. Oh, you got a gun. I got crap. Ow! That was a mine. I keep forgetting they have mines. Mine? That hurt. I'm on fire. I don't like you. This place sucks. I ain't coming back here. Got mines and fire, all kinds of nonsense. I got time for that. Give me that. I gotta open. They usually have 2 doors, right? Oh, this one only has 1. Oh. Because when you cut open these doors, you actually get the sandwich material from it, which is used for crafting stuff. Okay, so let's get the bike. Door. Is it due o'clock again? It's getting close to due o'clock, dude. I am lured by the appeal of water. Wait, there's copper here. There's too many distractions. I can't play like this. It's almost due o'clock. All right. It ain't going nowhere. Okay, it is going somewhere, but it'll be back. That's what he tells himself, chat. All right, let's go to this rock. Okay, this guy insulted me on an online forum. Okay, maybe he didn't. Yes, it was you. Stupid Redditor. I'll teach you. Talking about me online. Fight me IRL until I show up. I didn't think you would show. Wait, is it due o'clock? Not due o'clock. Oh, the sickles. The sickle icons they calleth. All right, I don't want to go in a... Okay, that's good. Go, 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 go. Worms, leave me alone. Pinks. Ooh, copper. No. I'm trying really hard. I'm gonna be full on copper before I get where I'm going. I need to be doing iron too, but not right now. I'm surrounded by iron at my current base, so it's okay if I wait. Wait, is it due o'clock? This place is huge. Oh my gosh. This is a big patch. I'm doing it. You can't stop me. You. No compatible container. Wait a minute. I should drink first. Gulp. 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 Yes. Yes. Give me the dew. Give me the Mountain Dew. No compatible. Wait, it's full already. Oh, it must. Oh, it's optimal dew time. Okay. Can I craft another one? No. I need water. Oh no! I need the fabricator, don't I? No. Oh, this water is being left here. And I'm full on water, so I can't drink anymore. Copper! Dang it! Why is there so much copper here? Hold on. Where am I at? This was not on the map. Y'all don't understand how much I needed copper earlier. And now it's like every freaking where. Okay, that's iron. Watch, I'm gonna get to my destination. Chat, my inventory's full. Okay, here's another Redditor. Another Redditor talking trash online. Talking about fight me IRL. And then when I show up to Arrakis, he's like, nowhere to be seen. Sword man. Sword man. Oh, you brought your buddy. Oh, y'all want to cheat. That's what that is. Y'all want to cheat. Hold on. Wait, what happened to my drop? Come over here. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. What happened to my drop protection? Don't come over here. I'm not ready. Oh. Ooh. Apples. You like them apples? Ow. I don't like them apples. I got a better weapon now. One shot. One kill. Talking trash on Reddit. Wait, what did I just pick up? Oh, I got an MK2 shield. Okay, he dropped it. I can't even get any more blood. Wait. I can. You lying to people? Okay, I don't know why I didn't... Oh, this isn't the one where you fall. This is a jump one. If I'm falling, I got a double jump. Oh, that's why I took fall damage. Uh-oh, sun's coming up. Okay, so now we got to go here. The way I'm facing. This is some terrible biking right now. Hello? Okay, I don't want to go over these sensitive patches. The worm will come twice as fast, apparently.
Shamark Raiders describes itself as an extraction adventure, and it interests me until I read its PvP.
Yep, it's PvP. It is definitely PvP through and through. Okay, there's a crash. We're gonna loot this crash and hopefully find our detonators. Where are my detonators? Okay, put this guy away. It'll let me go. Woo! You really come to melee me without a shield? Boy, you got some gall. Rap camp. So we came here to loot, and we're already in the red on our inventory. We're already full, chat, and I came here to loot. I don't know how that happened. I think I need to report a bug. Hold that. Oh, my gun's so bad. Ugh. I'm one-shotting people now. I love this. I love this sword. Wait, how'd I get in here? It's messed up. How you gonna have a wreck and it's locked? Catch it! Overshot. Do you have the key? Are you the key master? Ooh, what was that? Blood extractor MK2. What do I have now? Oh, we need to switch. Definitely need to repair that. There we go. We found the identification, ma'am. Okay, now we can get in. Yeah, see, soon my gun will be like my sword. How you gonna put a sabotage right? That's mean. How you? I can't. This place sucks. There's mines everywhere. I gotta know. I don't know what they look like, honestly. I just
You're
know.
on fire.
Good call. Oh. I don't understand. Like, for serious. Okay, we got 5 plastiles from that. That's why we're here, for the plasteel. All right, we got a sandstorm here. Buddy, what does it even look like? They're everywhere. Is that it there? Oh, okay. They look like little... Okay, I got it. Little top hat things. Ugh. There's a... Oh! There's another one. There's a lot in here, dude. Like, what the heck? What? Where did that one come from? This is wild. This place is awful. The TTS. Another one. I don't even think there's anywhere else I could go. There's just this one room. Unless there's another door on the other side. Oh, wait. There we go. We're good. All right, more mines. Totally looking forward to it. Oh, wait. Just a room. Okay. We got a couple more plasteel, not a lot. That's it. Man, the wreck in the other zone was so much better. Unless there's another door somewhere. Man. Apparently I can double jump now. That doesn't work for falling though. Yeah, it does. Yeah, I know how to use it. Hot. Alright, this wreck sucks. Or at least we found it. Oh, there's some camps here. I've already hit these. Granite. Brittle bush, Rob camp. Yeah, I already hit those. Otherwise, they'd be gray. Let's go over here and see what's popping. Okay, no possible place to place vehicle. Got all this sand. I see granite. I could have ran that, sure. It's hot up here, boy. What if I can make this jump? Okay, I can't. Backpack full. Ew, brother. What's that? What's that, brother? About here? Any loots? I guess I can come back and like loot that when it respawns. The crash site. Got like 10 plasteel from it. Oh. Dudes. I see you. That's weird. Whoop! I missed. I missed my true. Oh wait, he's an NPC. Sorry, man. Didn't mean to, You're not an NPC. You had me fooled with your disguise there. Looks like my stream watching streak is also tied to a backpack full streak. Listen, video games, man. I don't only work here. I just play video games. So the backpack being full is part of the process. All right. I can't predict or make these things impossible. .com. I don't know what I'm talking about. All right. We got to go back home. What's this? Complex machinery. What is that all about? Oh, it's that place. Some more iron. Meanwhile, we're full. And I'm going exploring as if I'm not full. Southeast Ironworks. Hot over here. All right. I need machine parts. I don't know if they're here or not. We're going to look. I need that for crafting something. Oh, my still suit. I got full of urine. My still suit's full of liquid. Ah, there's a urine and feces. Delicious. Quote unquote water. Yeah, all right. Oh, identification band. That's going to come in handy. No. Looks like we got to drop some loot, chat. I mean, it's got shish kebabs. Ugh. Although nothing seems better so far. Somebody already came through here. Ooh. You scared the crap out of me. Oh my gosh. My heart dropped, dude. Oh gosh. That's the person who cleaned everything. Oh my gosh, that's silicone block. All right, I gotta make room. Goodbye, iron. X. Okay. We need. Okay, I'm full again. By the way. I'm full again. We're sorting by volume. Dude, I need the copper though. I need the copper. I can't drop the copper. Salvage metal I can drop maybe? I need that complex machinery. That's why we're here. Exactly why I'm here. Oh, let me take the flower sand. Backpack full. I'll show you. Was it 2 o'clock? No, not 2 o'clock. Okay, we can't go any higher, but we can go lower. How low can you go? Oh, we've already been here, right? Yep. I remember the shish kebab. Okay, we can go home now. We got a little bit of complex machinery, so I think I need 7 for my gun. Or no, I needed machine parts, not complex machinery. Not I needed machine parts. That's what I needed. Or is it mechanical parts? It might be mechanical parts. Either way, I only have 3. So there's that. Predator talking trash, chat. We gotta show him what's up. Whoop! Not even there. Oh, he hadn't respawned yet. War of Assassins PvP. People are hit endgame already? Jeez! Ooh. The contract over there. Alright, I need to go home. Go ahead and mark that and get our bike out. We're gonna hug the rocks and go home. Unless that guy sees us. And it's 3:54, so we got 1 hour, chat. 1 hour until the Summer Game Fest presentation. Which we're gonna be watching. Gonna be co-streaming that. Okay. So we can go north. We gotta basically split the uprights. How goes the battle? I've been eaten by a worm twice today. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm making progress. I'm upgrading my gear slowly. I'm trying to get heavy armor. I'm on this tier 2 steel suit, and I'm trying to switch to heavy armor because I feel squishy. I've also upgraded my suspensor belt, and we got a Holtzman shield Mark II crafted, but I found the Mark III shield, and I got a new sword today. I upgraded and finally upgraded from the initial sword, and I'm trying to upgrade from a Karpov 38 to a standard Karpov. So far, my gear kind of sucks, so I'm trying to fix that. I haven't been making any progress at all. I've just been trying to upgrade gear. Make sure we don't hit these hot spots. Yeah, you can get a scanner so you can see the what's it called, drum sand. You can get a scanner so you can see the drum sand, so you don't have to keep looking at the map. So when I make my Mark II bike, I'll probably put that on there. I could make it now, I think. But I just got better priorities at the moment. Okay, so we're just going to go here, and then we can go home. And dump all this stuff, and hopefully be able to craft another gun. I kind of wanted to get a better gun before Summer Game Fest started. But probably not going to happen. Probably not going to happen. Thanks so much for the streak. 3 stream streak. HK, welcome. Thank you all. Okay. Is it 2 o'clock? It's almost 2 o'clock. My water full. My water's full. I'm doing too well on water, dude. I need some more water containers. Home sweet home. It's so impressive. All right, I need to drop off the liquids that I extracted from humans. I need more containers. Copper? Oh, I can fix that. Max. 85 copper coming out. Okay, so we've got found a blood extractor. Put that in there. We got another battery. Oh wait, no, that's the battery I want to keep on me. Oh, that's an iron ingot. I thought it was a silicon block. Oh. Okay. 2 iron ingots, I'll take them. All right, now we got the plasteel. That's what we went there for. Where am I storing that? Right here. Probably should store that with this stuff. Yeah, makes sense to store it with these parts. They're kind of similar in how you farm them. And then we got the gun parts and the machine parts going in here. So boom, 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 boom. Mechanical parts. Ran it out of there. Heal kits. Shish kebabs made of spice. Melange. The spice melange. Omelette. Melange. Where can I store the money? Oh, there we go. Standard disruptor M11. Ooh. I don't think I've ever used that. Alright. So now's a good time to get iron too. Okay, we put that there and that there. We got the MK2 and MK2. We got 2 MK2s now. So we got another backup MK2 in case I die. And the MK3 we need to repair, but we need crazy amounts of stuff for it. Actually, oh no, I just need to learn the recipe. I have the cobalt paste. Need to learn the recipe. What happened to my lights? I put lights in here. Observer Foundation. Oh, I think these are my drops. Yeah, there it is. Observer Foundation. Yeah, so they just put, looks like they just put the stuff in your inventory. Yep, Observer Floor. Where are my lights? Walls, wedge walls. Oh, here we go. Decorations, lighting. I think I'll do floor lighting. We do like lighting behind the behind this. Like that. Should I place it? Why do I choose the stupidest spots for stuff? I can't even get around it. All right, can I rotate? Alt. Alt. Oh, mouse wheel. There we go. Does a light require like power? Like power lines or something? I don't have any wall deco, ornamental. No furniture yet. I got these lights that are not doing anything. Huh. Did I not fill them in? I thought I filled them in. I didn't fill them in. I'm smart, chat. Don't look at me like that. I am smart. How do I get rid of this? Demolish? There we go. Hey, we got lighting behind our power now. So it's not completely dark in here anymore. We don't have a dungeon. You know what I'm saying? A dungeon, you know what I mean? The purpose of that trip was to get this guy. Oh, it was mechanical parts that I needed, but I'm one short. I'm one short on mechanical parts. Look at me go. All right, we do need iron ingots, but since we got a lot of water, go ahead and make max, I think. And I'm gonna get some more iron ore so we can use all this water we got. Wait, is it due o'clock? It is almost due o'clock, but I don't have any place to put water. Oh, I literally have no storage for water. Hold up. Can I make one of these things again? Yeah, I can. Water cistern. There we go. Perfect. Deposit water. Yes. Now we can do a clock. So both of my water containers are empty. Yes. Go do. Do. Optimal dew harvest time. Engage. 360. 310 55.5. 310 55.5. Ooh. Almost full at one. 310 55.5. 310 55.5. 310 55.5. 310 55.5. Uh-oh. One's full. Kinda. This is just one patch. I haven't even got to the other one. Oh, we're on the second one. We are on the second container now. 140 out of 1,000. Still, brother. That. Come here. Yoink. Optimal dew harvest time is optimal. Tell your friends about dew. Tell them about the Mountain Dew. We're at 800. We're at 920. We are full. Chat room. We have filled 2 containers off of 2 patches. I have spilled water. How dare? How dare? How dare? Okay. So we filled up even more water. I could probably go get some more. Pause it. Keep it going. Oh, I think it's over. When the sun comes up, I think it's over. I think dew o'clock is over. Oh, no, it's not. It kind of isn't. It kind of is, but it kind of isn't. Worst dew harvest time. Okay, it's over. Yep, it's all gone. Rip. All right, that was our window. Okay, we need to get iron now. Time to get the iron ore. Is there anything you would have done differently at the start of your gameplay? Yeah. I wouldn't have died to the worm. I'm not joking. I would have did that completely different. That almost ruined my whole run. Don't die to the worm. It ruins your gameplay. It ruins everything. Especially when you do the Great Crossing. Especially when you do the Great Crossing. Also, obviously, stuff like picking a better spot for my base. But the first base doesn't matter. Like, I think this base here matters more than the first one did. They give you, I think, 2 or 3 of the small ones and 1 of the big ones. And I probably would have put a big one here instead of the small one. I did it by accident. I picked the wrong thing. Oh, I need to go and reinflate my buttocks. Tell no one. All right, iron ingots. We got 30 more in the hopper. That room. While that's cooking, I'm going to take a break and reinflate my butt. I'll be right back. All right, what are we gonna do? I'm back. What are we gonna do before the gun? I was gonna say the gun fest, the summer game fest. I don't know if I'll have time to do much. We got our sword crafted. We don't have enough to research or craft our weapon that we want. We've already researched it, so we need. This is so troll. We need one mechanical part. Gosh, that's so troll. I might just go buy it. Let me see if this guy has it for sale at the outpost. Let me get some money. He might have it for sale at the outpost. Just grab a stack of money. Outpost. I picked this spot because it's really close to the outpost. So once I leave my base, you just which way is it? It's this way. You just go straight out and you go right towards this way. You go through that little opening there. I probably should use my bike. And you're at the outpost. I'm right next to the outpost. That was a big reason why I chose this spot. So if he's got mechanical parts, I just need one. I'm gonna buy it. That's crazy. Yeah.
Still alive.
I'm here to trade. Please have mechanical parts. I bought plasteel from him before. Oh man, I don't think he has them. He has complex machinery. He has armor plating. He has plasteel. He has a oh, here they are. Mechanical parts. Okay. We're going to buy... Oh, he only has 5. I'll buy all 5 then. Oh, wait. That's all the money I brought. I didn't bring a lot of money. Okay. That was very smart of me, honestly. Okay. They got a lot of other tempting stuff that you could probably waste your money on. But we're just going to do that. So we can get our weapon now. We. I can see my house from here. Oh, we're jumping this. That was a terrible jump. Okay. So now I should be able to make the gun because I have the mechanical parts. Oh, gimme. Ew. Oh, finally. It's already obsolete. Keep forgetting to take stuff out. Just so you have a comparison, this one did 11 point. This one does 11.4 damage per shot. This one did 7.6. So it's not a massive jump, but I was using a really bad gun for a while. All right, let's just put this in here. So we finally upgraded that. That took a while. And we have machine parts, extra machine parts, or mechanical parts. Mm-hmm. Camera froze. Stupid. I hate it. Cannot stand the camera freezing. Looks like we made enough iron, I think. I think we got all that done. All right, let's fill up my water. From this, extract water. Put it in here. Deposit water. So those two are full. That's full. And all right, we're empty on our containers. That's fine. I need to craft another container. Okay. So we need a copper for that. All right, so for the heavy armor, let's start crafting this. Although we're gonna need some more iron. We got the plasteel for 2 parts. We got the helmet and the heavy jerkin. Now we're just short on plasteel. I could do 2 more parts with the plasteel I have. But I need iron. So I gotta go get some more. I run. I think after this will be at a good stopping point. If I get this iron cooking. And we can get ready for the Summer Game Fest. I thought there was one back here. There it is. Maybe another one over here. I forgot about the fall damage thing. Hold down the space bar. It is not 2 o'clock, although I'm tempted. Okay. That's all the near vicinity iron nodes. So now we go everywhere except the right spot. We do max 41 iron. 41 ingots coming out. Let's put that back away. I don't want to lose my money. Another important point is that you drop money when you die, so just store that stuff. I don't know why, I just like having light strips behind stuff. I don't. Go outside. I think this goes outside. Yeah, that. Placement blocked by another object? Awkward to place it. Ugh. I gotta stand outside this to properly place that. Perfect. By perfect, I mean perfect. Not enough materials. What do I need? This is salvaged metals. What do you mean not enough materials? I don't have salvaged metal? Of all the things to be missing? There's literally some right here. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Don't have salvaged metal in current year. Boy. That is talking about release. Do o'clock. Not do o'clock. So we're about to yoink through all this water in one fell swoop just by processing some iron. That's all it takes. Okay, let's put a light bulb here. What do you block by? I thought that was made to go like weird. Very weird. That works though. Now I can see my house from the distance. Get down. Get down, get down. Iron. Max. More, please. And got some more fuel cells. Slap those in there. Ah. It looks so much better here. Just adding that light. Some light over here now. Although I do want better light choices, because these are not the best, you know, if you know what I'm saying. These are not the best. I mean, they'll do for what we have. And given that I'm only using salvage metal, fine by me. Fine by me. Alright, let's do a ground one here. No. A pass. It's so white. Hides it. 430. And counting. Guess we can center that. About right there. Zip, 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 zip. Hello. Zip, 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 zip. How are you? Zip, 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 zip. I wonder how this other foundation looks. Let's tear apart my house, shall we? What am I doing? Demolish. That's a bad idea. You replace? I did that. Tell no one. Okay, build. And if I go R and I pick foundation, I want the new foundation. Here we go. Chone facility. Observer foundation. That doesn't stick out like a sore thumb or nothing. Ah, it's actually pretty good. The whole place looked like that. It'd probably look better. All right, we're done for today. Quit the game. Let's get ready for this this thing. If you're watching over on YouTube, we're going to be switching gears over to the Summer Game Fest, which is happening in about 28 minutes. So come over to twitch.tv/Borna or kick.com/Borna. If you want ad-free, go to Kick. Or if you just want to be cool, you can go to Kick. Give me some views over there. You know, that'd be nice. All right, we're going to switch gears. Bye, YouTube. Bye, YouTube. Goodbye. Bye, YouTube.